Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the Pierce County Council. Today is March 3rd, 2026. The time is 3:01. If the clerk could please call the roll.
Councilmember Morell. Councilmember Herrera. Councilmember Krueger.
Here.
Councilmember Ayala.
Here.
Councilmember Yambe.
Here.
Councilmember Denson.
Here.
Councilmember Hitchin.
Here.
You have 6 members present.
And we have all seen Councilmember Morell, so we are anticipating he will join us shortly. We do have a quorum, so thank you all for joining us this afternoon. For situational awareness, before we start the formal part of the meeting, Councilmember Morell is now here. Thank you, Councilmember Morell. Bathrooms are outside. We also have an overflow room. If this gets too stuffy or too crowded, or you just need to stretch or potentially talk, please leave the chambers. You can go to the overflow room in the hallways outside. If you're right outside our doors, we can often hear you. And so please keep side conversations non-existent as best you can in our chambers so that we can conduct our business, but appreciate the interest. At our last council meeting in these chambers, we are moving to a new location. This is literally the last time we'll be doing business. After 66 years, the council is moving out of this space due to needing more space for public safety services. So we are moving to a different building. And we'll be having our first formal council meeting in those chambers next Tuesday. So in a moment, I'm going to ask Councilmember Yambe to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and read a land acknowledgement. Following the pledge, I am going to ask that you remain standing for a moment of silence to acknowledge the recent tragedy on the Key Peninsula where 4 innocent lives were lost. Our thoughts are with the families, loved ones, and the entire community during this difficult time. And so I'm going to ask that you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We acknowledge that we are on the traditional homelands of the Coast Salish tribes. Coast Salish people have lived on and stewarded these lands since time immemorial and continue to do so today. We recognize that this land acknowledgement is one small step toward true allyship, and we commit to uplifting the voices, experiences, and histories of Indigenous people of this land.
Thank you, Councilmember Yambe. We're now at Section 4, which is approval of our agenda. Is there any objection to our agenda as presented this afternoon? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. On today's council agenda, there'll be multiple opportunities for public comments. On the consent agenda, you may provide comment on any final action item. This does not include items that are placed on the consent agenda for introduction or scheduling. During sections 8 and 9 of the agenda, we will take public comment for each ordinance and resolution individually. And then finally, under community forum, there'll be an opportunity to address the council on any topic that was not up for final action on today's agenda. For more information, there is, of course, fine print at the bottom of our agenda. We are now at the consent agenda. We have one set of minutes, one appointment resolution, a grant application, and a settlement motion. I'm going to look to Councilmember Denson for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I failed to ask if anybody wanted to pull anything off the consent agenda, so I will pause and make sure that I didn't. Usually people let me know ahead of time. Okay, so we do have a motion and a second. I do want to see if any of our appointees are here for the Pierce County Agricultural Commission. Brian Anderson, Dan Pica, Jessica Hogan, Paul Mosby, or Brian King. If you are in this room, there's a lot of people, or online, you can raise your hand in Zoom. Jess Hogan, can we move her over? She's one of the appointees. Good afternoon, Jess. If you'd like to introduce yourself, we'd love to hear from you. You are muted, though.
And I'm sorry, I'm out doing things. And I don't know how to turn my screen on my phone, so you'll have to bear with me. Jess Hogan, owner of Artendale Farm in Gig Harbor, and the current chair of the Ag Commission.
Well, thank you for finding time, and thank you for saying yes to an additional board and commission. We love our Ag Committee. They do really great work for the county. Are there any questions for Jess?
So the first, 2, 3.
Jess, are you still talking to us?
Oh, I'm still here, but I have nothing to say.
Okay, sorry. Virtual meetings are fun, but they come with their own problems.
Yeah.
But thank you for your participation this afternoon. So we will go to Councilmember Denson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple comments to the individuals being reappointed today to the Ag Commission. Jessica Hogan and Brian King are District 7 folks that I've known for a while, very active in our community, very experienced with agriculture, farm equipment and feed and sales. So really, really great folks to participate on the Ag Commission. They've been very, very active and have contributed a lot to our conversations in regards to agritourism, as well as surface water management fees, some of the conversations we had during the budget. So I'm really grateful for their time because I know farmers are very busy and people that work in ag are very busy. So really, really appreciate their time and how they bring together the ag community in District 7. And I'm sure the folks representing other districts are doing the same. So thanks so much for that.
Thank you. We see you got your camera on too, Jess, but I will acknowledge and thank you for saying yes to serving on one of our boards and commissions. I am going to open this up for public comment. If any member of the public would like to address the council on the consent agenda, please come to the podium. Again, this is just the consent agenda. Or raise your hand. Oh, Mr. Weinsberry, I'll let you do your thing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For any members of the public who wish to provide comment on any final action items, press the raise hand icon on Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. Madam Chair, there are no hands.
With no hands raised, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back before the council. Is there any further discussion on the consent agenda? Councilmember Yambe?
Madam Chair, I just double checked in my email drafts and it looks like it did not send my signing on to proposal R2026-119. And I just wanted to see if the clerk could add that.
Okay. Ms. Long, with that addition, since we had a motion, it's okay. So we will add Councilmember Yambe to that one. And any other discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on the approval of the consent agenda with the addition of Councilmember Yambe to R 2026-119 as a sponsor. If the clerk could call the roll.
Councilmember Denson.
Aye.
Councilmember Morell.
Aye.
Councilmember Herrera.
Say that one more time for us, Councilmember.
Yes.
Councilmember Cruver.
Aye.
Councilmember Ayala.
We're going to try that one more time.
Says aye.
Councilmember Yambe.
Aye.
Councilmember Hitchin.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes, 0 nays.
With 7 ayes and 0 nays, the motion is adopted. Thank you all. We do not have messages from the executive or proclamations this afternoon, so we will move to Section 8, which is resolutions. Today we have Proposal R 2026-110 before us. Councilmember Denson for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I move proposal number R 2026-110.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Can the clerk please read into the record?
Proposal number R 2026-110, a resolution of the Pierce County Council confirming Maranatha Hay as Director of the Communications Department.
Thank you. And we have Ms. Long to brief on this and then Executive Mello to do an introduction. So Ms. Long.
Thank you and good afternoon. The resolution before you, R 2026-110, confirms the executive's appointment of Maranatha Hay as the Director of the Communications Department. Section 330 of the Pierce County Charter provides that except for those positions filled by election, the executive shall appoint the chief officer of each executive department, and those appointments by the executive are subject to confirmation by a majority of the council. The Communications Department was created by ordinance of the council, and its functions and duties are codified at Section 206010C of the Pierce County Code. The required qualifications for the Director of the Communications Department are set forth at Section 207010A for general qualifications and subsection B specific to those of the Communications Department. The council's rules of procedure at section 128-175 provide procedures for confirming appointments of chief officers of executive departments, and it provides that every appointment by the executive of a chief officer shall be in the form of a resolution, like the one before you today, and shall be reviewed by the appropriate standing committee. In this case, this was reviewed by the Rules and Operations Committee on February 23rd and received a due pass recommendation. The code further provides that the committee may require each appointee to complete a standard questionnaire. That information is all provided to you in your packets. And any hearing on such executive appointments shall be in a meeting open to the public, as we are here today. The executive has appointed Ms. Hay as the Director of the Communications Department, and again, it is subject to confirmation by the council today. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions for Ms. Long? Not seeing any. Executive Mello, thank you for being here. We'll let you introduce your next director.
Well, Chair Hitchin and members of the council, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Brian Mello. I have the great privilege of serving the people of Pierce County as the county executive. It's an honor to be here to present to you my new Department of Communications Director for confirmation by the council. First, I wish to thank Connor Davis, who served so ably since September of 2025 as the interim Director of Communications after longtime Communications Director Libby Katalinich announced her retirement. Connor led the department through many critical periods, including final adoption of the county's 2026-2027 biennial budget, the severe December atmospheric river and many days-long emergency, including emergency declarations by me and the governor, and many other announcements and crises. Some the public noticed, many they did not, because our very capable servants and leaders like Connor served us so ably. Thank you, Connor Davis. I'm quite pleased to present Maranatha Hay to you for your confirmation. This position was our most competitive cabinet recruitment to date. We had 111 total applications for this position, with 48 of them meeting the minimum qualifications for the post. My team led a robust multi-step review and interview process that included internal staff teams including internal agency partners from many different departments that receive services from the Department of Communications. This was an open, competitive recruitment to find the best, most qualified person for the job. You all have had the chance to meet Maranatha, including during the recent committee hearing for her confirmation hearing in committee. You heard for herself how she approaches communications from a desire to build trust and connection. For the benefit of the public and county employees, I'd like to briefly introduce you to Maranatha and share why she is extraordinarily qualified to serve. Maranatha has over 20 years of experience, including leading communications teams for government and mission-led organizations. She is a 5-time Emmy winner. She understands the power of dynamic, multi-channel storytelling. As Director of Communications, Maranatha will oversee a talented team of communications professionals and PCTV's Emmy Award-winning crew. She'll partner closely with my office to plan, implement, and evaluate countywide communication strategies. The communications team manages media requests, as you know, maintains the county's web and social media platforms, oversees video production, and collaborates with all county departments to ensure clear, timely, internal and external communications. All of this is our effort to be transparent and accountable to the public we serve. The effort is not only to share information with the public in the many, many new and different ways the public consumes information these days, but also to go deeper, sharing the information that helps the public understand the complexity and nuance of the challenges that impact county government that you have to wrestle with all day, every day. And also to share the many opportunities, successes, and impact our county government is having for the people we serve. During Maranatha's final interview with me, I was particularly struck by her ability to grapple with the essential need to communicate effectively and clearly to continue to build public trust, especially in these hyper-partisan times. What struck me was her lived experience of growing up in a small town in Grays Harbor and how that lived experience has shaped her approach. She knows that the ways to instill trust and share information is different among every town and every community. We have a really diverse community that we need to communicate with. And communicate with, not just communicate to. That's the quality that stood out to me most when I first met Maranatha. Our Forward Together agenda is about building communities that are safe, welcoming, and connected. And the heart of that vision is communicating with all of our residents in ways that make them feel seen, heard, and well served. Maranatha has extensive experience and expertise in connecting diverse communities to the information they need to make decisions about their families, their businesses, and their personal well-being or safety. Most recently, Maranatha Hay served as the Communications Director for the State Department of Health. Health information is among the most crucial for families and individuals who need to make decisions based on information they can trust for themselves. Some of these decisions could be a matter of life or death. The information needs to be accurate, timely, and easy to understand and tailored to the unique needs of people in different towns, from different cultures, and with different backgrounds. That's the kind of service Pierce County residents deserve, whether it's information about how to apply for a building permit or a housing voucher, report a code enforcement violation, or prepare their home or business for a flood. I'm pleased, Madam Chair and Council members, to present to you Maranatha Hay for confirmation to the role of Director of Communications. Maranatha is now prepared to more fully introduce herself to you and to take your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maranatha.
Thank you so much. Chair Hitchin, Vice Chair Herrera, council members, County Executive Mello, members of the public, and my communications team. It is truly an honor to appear before you at this hearing to be confirmed as Director of Communications for Pierce County. I do not take lightly the trust this body and this county are placing in me, and I want you to know that I intend to earn it every single day. Most recently, I spent nearly 5 years serving as Director of Communications for Washington State Department of Health, where I had the privilege and the responsibility of leading communications through some of the most consequential moments of this century: a pandemic, disease outbreaks, the opioid and mental health crisis, devastating communities across our state. These were not easy moments, but I learned in each one that when communication is done with clarity, honesty, and heart, it can be the steadiest thing a community holds on to during a time of storm. I remember when a tanker truck crashed on Highway 101 near Port Angeles, sending 3,000 gallons of fuel into Indian Creek, and a do not drink advisory was issued on opening day of the Sequim Lavender Festival, a critical economic driver for the area. The clock was ticking, and people needed answers. Between those answers and harm stood one thing: clear, accurate communication. That day, I understood something I've never forgotten. Our news releases, social media posts, and press briefings had a real-world consequence. Communication wasn't just information, it was an intervention. Communication is one of the most essential services a government can provide. When people are informed, they can make better decisions for themselves and for their families. They can protect their health, stay safe, navigate economic opportunity. They can find connection and belonging. Communications is infrastructure. Just as bridges and roads connect people physically, information connects them civically, economically, and as human beings. I did grow up in rural Grays Harbor, and it is something that I'm deeply proud of. Growing up in a small community taught me what it meant to belong to something, to know your neighbors, to understand that the health of a community is something that we work on together every single day. It doesn't just happen by chance. After years of working at the state level, I wanted to come back to that, to be part of a local community, fully invested, not at a distance. And Pierce County is where I want to do that work. I take your consideration and your trust as the highest honor I could receive. I will show up every single day for this body, for the executive team, for my staff, and for the people of Pierce County, with humility, integrity, and a relentless focus on service and transparency. Thank you for your time and your confidence. I look forward to serving with you.
Thank you very much for being here this afternoon and for what you've already done. You hit the ground running, literally, in some cases. I had the chance to listen to the Rules Committee meeting. We had some really good questions, but this is the time if any of my colleagues have additional questions for Ms. Hay. Councilmember Denson.
Thank you. We did ask a lot of questions at Rules, so I'm not going to ask any questions. I'm just going to make a comment, and you can respond if you have anything to add. I appreciate your genuine passion for this position. It is really important because I talk to folks. We do so much constituent work in District 7, and I talk to people in the community and fielding phone calls every day that do not know the services and programs that the county offers. And if we don't offer a service or program, we are supporting community partners who do. And getting the word out about that is so important. And I have to say it's frustrating for me because I feel like we try through Facebook and newsletters, and we attend every community event, and we really feel like we're getting the word out, but it seems so often that we're missing folks that really need that information. So I'm really grateful to have you in this role, and you expressed to us at Rules your willingness to work with all of us, because we're in our communities, we know all the players, we know all the organizations, we know the people calling to help get those essential, the essential information out. So thank you so much.
I look forward to being your steady partner through all of that, programs, and letting people know about that information is something I'm incredibly passionate about. I am also going to be going through a 30-day listening tour that will lead to some strategic tweaking, I would say, of all of our different processes that we have in our communications team. And so I'm looking forward to gathering that qualitative data and then leveraging it with the team.
Great. We're happy to help however we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the questions and comments. We'll go to Councilmember Yambe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maranatha, I really appreciated the one-on-ones that you took the time to do with all of us. And, you know, not only the county, but District 5 is a pretty interesting place with, I think we have the highest concentration of foreign-born people, 15%, which is about 24,000 people out of the 156,000 approximate in my district. So you have a lot of people, I think, just 5.2 are English proficient skills that they are limited. And one of the things that, people ask, well, why is that relevant? Well, many people use our county government services, no matter where they come from and what language they speak, and they have to interact with us. And so the challenge has been, I think, as we've discussed, silos, that so many of our departments feel that says Pierce County, but then when we message, when we talk about, these departments, it feels like they're in isolation, and it doesn't feel like it's this together, Pierce County. And so, I think maybe talk about, your approaches to that and how to be better on, not only are we all aware of what each other do, but able to articulate that to our taxpaying public and residents who, aren't as familiar, but even sometimes we struggle with being able to articulate the accomplishments and what county government has to offer for our constituents. So maybe you can talk about that a little bit.
I'd be happy to. One of the priorities that I was really excited to hear about with Executive Mello was the value of having language access and rolling that out strategically across this county. One of the things that was presented to me when I first started with my management team, they brought up that language access, it is a priority. We need to think about what that looks like comprehensively, rolling that out. And that's something that I'm currently working on the chief of staff with. We're really taking a look at what that looks like strategically, building plans within all of the different departments of what that would look like for them. Everybody is going to, different departments are going to approach it their own unique way and differently, depending on what kind of information that they do have to roll out. But certainly one of the very, very, very first things I did was meet with our language access coordinator, communicate with her, just ask what the current status is, what are the next steps, and I'm really proud to say that we are moving forward with that at a very steady clip.
I know, you've committed to a lot of, things, and really your storytelling angle is really greatly appreciated because, stories aren't just, they're not fake, they're not just made up. That when we're telling, what these, policies mean, what work is being done and what, we need the public's help on, it requires sometimes that they talk to and hear things that are in ways that they understand, because before I even became a public servant, I was trying to access government and trying to access services and trying to access, how do I navigate, whether it be, helping a friend, start their business, or whether it be access, get services for seniors who live on, fixed incomes and, able to get tax exemption. That the storytelling is not as good. And, we acknowledge it's important, but we're not good at it. And so, I really appreciate the work that you've done in your past and look forward to all that you're going to do here. So appreciate you coming aboard.
Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Any additional questions or comments? Not seeing any, so we're going to do this formal thing where we're going to open this up for public comment. We are on Resolution 2026-110, so if anyone would like to address the council and chambers on the appointment of Maranatha Hay, please come to the podium. And I'm not seeing anyone, so we will go online. Mr. Wainsbury.
Yes, Madam Chair. For any members of the public who wish to provide comment on proposal number R2026-110, press the raise hand icon on Zoom or star 9 on your telephone keypad. And there are no hands, Madam Chair.
No hands raised. I'm going to close public comment, bring it back before the council, and see if there's any further comments from my colleagues. Not seeing any. Maranatha, thank you for seeking this job and saying yes. I'm really excited to work with you. I have the pleasure of overseeing one of the boards and commissions that directly connects with your team, the RCC, and public television is something that we're going to have to work on as a group because it's a dying thing. So, but so desperately needed for public transparency. So appreciate that. At this time, I'm going to ask to call the roll on the adoption of R 2026-110. The clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Yambe,
Aye.
Councilmember Denson.
Aye.
Councilmember Morel.
Aye.
Councilmember Herrera.
Yes.
Councilmember Cruver.
Aye.
Councilmember Ayala.
Ayala says aye.
Councilmember Hitchin.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes, 0 nays.
With 7 ayes and 0 nays, the motion is adopted. Congratulations, Director Hay. We've taken photos before. Okay.
Can't close it all the way, man. All right, step up. All right, can I have this actually shift over this way a little bit? Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. It's all about framing. All right, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Can I take your chair? No. It's the last time we have to play this game. Okay. So for situational awareness, 2 things. So 1, we found a set of keys. If you are missing keys and left them potentially out on a waiting space outside, they will be available in our council offices, but please check sooner rather than later if you happen to have set your keys down, so maybe check that they're still in your pocket. The second thing is we are almost at overflow in our other room, and we've got about 25 people online, so I'm going to limit comment to 2 minutes for this next item, just to make sure that we can actually get through and everybody will have time to speak. And for some of the people that have been here at our previous meetings, the committees of the whole, and this is in regards to ordinance 2026-501, we are going to have an abridged presentation by our staff before we do the actual public comment on that. So just level setting, giving you some time while all of that is going on. If you wrote out 3 minutes of comments, you have a few minutes to figure out what you want to change or amend. And always happy if you don't have 2 minutes today, that's fine. You don't have to fill the whole time. That's another thing. So we are going to move to ordinances, and I'm going to look to Councilmember Denson for a motion on ordinance 2026-501.
Thank you, Chair. I move that we approve ordinance 2026-501.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and I'm going to ask the clerk to read it into the record.
Proposal number O, 2026-501, an ordinance of the Pierce County Council related to the additional sales and use tax of 0.1% for criminal justice purposes as authorized by RCW 82.14.345, amending Chapter 4.28, Sales and Use Tax of the Pierce County Code to levy the additional sales and use tax amending sections 4.48.020 special revenue funds of the Pierce County Code to establish the Justice and Unified Safety Tax Fund for deposit of the tax revenues, authorizing fiscal year 2026 and 2027 appropriations from that fund, adopting a new Chapter 2.85 of the Pierce County Code, Justice and Unified Safety Tax Fund Performance Advisory Board, and setting an effective date.
Thank you. And this afternoon, we have Andrea Kelly, our senior policy analyst, to brief us on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair and council members. For the record, Andrea Kelly, council staff. As Ms. Call indicated in the title, before you today for final action is Ordinance 2026-501, which proposes to impose a new 0.1% sales and use tax for criminal justice purposes, establish the Justice and Unified Safety Tax Special Revenue Fund, or Justice Fund, and establish the Justice and Unified Safety Tax Fund Performance Advisory Board. This proposed ordinance was the subject of 2 public committees of the whole held on February 9th, where members of the Public Safety Funding Work Group individually expressed their support for the proposal and the 2026-27 spending plan included in that proposal. And again, Committee of the Whole on February 18th, where members continued discussion and Finance and Executive's Office responded to member questions. Public comment was facilitated at both committees, and the proposal is before you today for final consideration. Included in your packet today is an updated staff report prepared by council staff and an updated presentation prepared by the Finance Department and Executive's Office, and that begins on page 48 of your electronic packet. Finance Director Julie DeMuth will be presenting today, and in chambers or in the overflow room, we have Senior Counsel John Lane from the Executive's Office and a number of the Public Safety Funding Group members, Madam Prosecutor Mary Robnett, Chris Gaddis, Superior Court Administrator, Michael Kawamura, Department of Assigned Counsel, Iban Sandoval, Clerk of Superior Court, and attending by Zoom, Pierce County Sheriff Keith Swank and Under Sheriff Cynthia Fajardo. And my apologies if anyone snuck in and I missed them. With that, Madam Chair, I conclude my staff introduction and turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. So we are going to start with this Ms. DeMuth giving us an overview of where we are. And
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. For the record, I'm Julie DeMuth, Director of Finance. Today I'll be presenting on Proposal O 2026-501, which would establish the Justice Fund and implement the 0.1% sales tax authority authorized by the legislature under engrossed substitute House Bill 2015. This proposal is about stabilizing our criminal justice system, addressing ongoing structural budget pressures, and creating a sustainable, dedicated funding source for public safety in Pierce County. Next slide, please. I've previously presented quite a few details on the Justice Fund and how the 2026-27 revenues would be allocated. Today, I will focus primarily on the fiscal need driving this proposal and the structural challenges facing the county. I'll also briefly cover at a high level the House Bill 2015 authority, how funds would be invested, and the accountability framework. Next slide. Public safety and the criminal justice system represent 76% of general fund spending. That's approximately $730 million in the 26-27 biennium. When we include our other legally required services, such as elections, licensing, recording, property tax administration, medical examiner services, and others, as well as core operations like IT, finance, and HR, roughly 90% of the general fund supports mandated or essential services. That leaves very limited flexibility for us to absorb rising costs. We are projecting a $34 million ongoing structural deficit by 2028, and because justice services dominate our general fund spending, large reductions inevitably fall back onto law enforcement, corrections, and the courts. Without new recurring revenue, maintaining today's service levels become increasingly unrealistic. Next slide. 7 of the largest appropriations within the general fund are justice-related, totaling nearly $695 million of our $967 million general fund budget. Sheriff, law enforcement, and corrections alone account for more than $400 million. Because justice services represent the largest share of the general fund, they also drive the largest share of our cost growth. There is no large pool of discretionary funding sitting outside of public safety. And when our justice system costs rise, whether it's due to labor agreements, mandates, or other operational demands, counties within Washington have very few practical options. Either reductions occur within public safety and the criminal justice system, or they fall on the core government functions that keep our county operating. Next slide. I want to take a moment to briefly explain the difference between a balanced budget and a structurally balanced budget. I've heard a number of public comments noting that we just passed a balanced budget, and that's absolutely true. We are legally required to pass a balanced budget. But a balanced budget simply means that our total resources equal our total expenses, even if some of those resources are one-time, such as our reserves or our savings. In the example on the left on this slide, there's a $1.5 million in costs. $1 million comes from ongoing revenue, and $500,000 comes from savings. The math there works, and the budget is balanced, but it relies on one-time money. A structurally balanced budget is different. It means ongoing revenues are sufficient to cover ongoing expenses without relying on reserves. In the example on the right, recurring revenue fully supports recurring costs. There is not a need to draw down savings. A budget can be legally balanced today and still have a structural gap if recurring costs are growing faster than our recurring revenues. The key difference is sustainability. You cannot resolve a recurring structural gap with one-time savings. Next slide. In 2025, our general fund revenues were approximately $455 million. Our expenses were about $475 million. That's a $20 million shortfall. To close that gap, the county had to draw on $20 million from our reserves last year. In the current 2026-27 adopted budget, we plan to use $35 million from our reserves. Reserves are intended for emergencies and one-time investments, not to fund our ongoing operating costs. Savings can only be spent once. When reserves are used to cover recurring structural gaps, the budget may be legally balanced, but the underlying shortfall remains. Once our reserves are depleted, the remaining options are reducing services or finding new recurring revenue. Next slide. This chart shows how the structural gap continues to grow. The blue bars reflect our projected general fund revenues. The red portion represents the structural deficit. This is where our ongoing expenses exceed our recurring revenues. The projection reflects only the cost of sustaining our current service levels today. It does not assume any program expansions or new initiatives needed to keep pace with population growth within our county or address any emerging community needs. The gap was about $20 million in 2025. By 2028, it will grow to $34 million. And by 2031, it will reach $46 million annually. This is a widening structural imbalance, and without new recurring revenue, closing a deficit of this magnitude will require significant service reductions. Next slide. If the $34 million gap were to be closed through proportional reductions alone, the impacts would be significant. It could result in the loss of up to 37 sheriff's deputies, 16 corrections deputies, approximately 55 court and legal positions, and 35 positions across other core services. These impacts are illustrative, but they show the scale of the challenge. Because public safety represents the largest share of the general fund, proportional cuts fall most heavily in those areas. Next slide. In addition to our costs outpacing our revenues, the county also faces significant cost pressures. We have a state-mandated increase in public defender staffing, approximately $32 million through 2031. We have $320 million in potential tort exposure tied to our detention facilities. Rising jail medical costs, up roughly $6 million annually since 2020. We have pending labor arbitration outcomes. and major capital reinvestment needs in our jail and our juvenile facilities. More than $600 million is needed to simply keep these facilities operational. These pressures are not fully reflected in the structural deficit projection that I just showed you. They represent additional fiscal obligations that the county must address in the coming years. Next slide. In addition to our rising costs and cost pressures, counties also face significant constraints on our ability to grow our revenue. Our largest revenue source is property tax, and under state law, its annual growth is capped at 1% each year. To illustrate what that means, from 2015 to 2025, inflation grew 47.5%. Our property tax revenue under the 1% cap grew 11.6% over that same time. Inflation has grown roughly 4 times faster than our property tax revenue. As labor and operating costs rise with inflation, our primary revenue source grows at a much more slowly rate. This structural mismatch between revenue growth and cost growth is a key driver of our ongoing deficit. Next slide. In recognition of these multiple pressures, the legislature created a targeted revenue tool for jurisdictions to use under House Bill 2015. It established a statewide grant program and authorized the local sales tax option tied to that program. In order to impose the tax, the county must meet the grant requirements. The Criminal Justice Training Commission administers the program and certifies whether a county meets the statutory requirements. Pierce County submitted its full application on January 21st, and we expect to hear back from the Criminal Justice Training Commission in the coming days. The revenue is restricted solely to criminal justice purposes. It is a dedicated revenue tool designed specifically to help stabilize justice operations across the state. Next slide. Public safety leaders across Pierce County unanimously support this proposal. That includes our sheriff, our prosecutor, judges, public defense leadership, and court administration, independently elected and appointed officials who manage different parts of our justice system. These leaders collectively recognize that without a dedicated revenue source, the long-term stability of the justice system is at risk. Their alignment reflects a shared understanding of the structural pressures we are facing and the interconnected nature of public safety operations. This proposal represents a unified, system-wide approach. Next slide. The Justice Fund is strictly dedicated to law and justice purposes, and both state law and the proposed ordinance before you clearly define how the revenue may be used. Beginning in 2028, at least 80% must go to sustaining our existing services. The fund may also be used for debt service on jail and juvenile rehabilitation facilities, with debt service paid first. It may support targeted evidence-based programs, but only for individuals with justice system involvement. It includes required data sharing, reporting, and oversight. In short, this revenue is restricted, it's targeted, and it's subject to oversight. It cannot be used for unrelated programs. Next slide. If adopted, the Justice Fund would generate more than $27 million annually by 2027. Without it, the structural deficit is projected to reach $34 million in 2028. With the majority of Justice Fund revenue dedicated to sustaining operations, that gap is substantially reduced. It doesn't eliminate the structural challenge entirely, but it meaningfully stabilizes public safety and the justice system. Next slide. The proposed investments for 2026 and 27 total $36 million. The majority of funds support the Sheriff's Office and its operations. Additional investments support technology modernization, jail improvements, court capacity, and timely case processing. These are strategic investments designed to stabilize staffing, modernize infrastructure, and improve system performance. Next slide. This slide highlights a few of the investments that are targeted across 3 priority areas. First, public safety and justice operations. This includes hiring and retention incentives for our deputies, body-worn cameras for corrections, over $21 million in critical jail capital improvements, and a 24th Superior Court Judicial Department. These investments strengthen staffing stability, help maintain safe and reliable facilities, and sustain the court system ability to deliver timely justice. Second, technology and infrastructure. These investments modernize core justice systems and strengthen our evidence management. Public safety is increasingly data-driven, and secure integrated systems are essential to coordination, accountability, and operational efficiency. Third, prevention and reentry. Funding supports reentry programs and positive youth development initiatives designed to reduce recidivism and prevent future justice system involvement. Next slide. The Justice Fund includes a clearly defined accountability framework. A dedicated performance advisory board provides system-wide representation from law enforcement, corrections, our courts, prosecution, defense, as well as finance. This ensures cross-system input as well as shared responsibility. The fund is tied to council-approved performance metrics and public reporting. Progress will be tracked through a public-facing dashboard or reporting tool so that outcomes are transparent to the public. The board reviews proposed expenditures and provides written recommendations to council before budget adoption, so council retains final authority over the use of the funds. And finally, there is ongoing oversight. The board meets at least twice per year. Independent performance audits occur every 6 years, and annual reporting is required to the Washington State Association of Counties. Next slide. So absent new recurring revenue, as I've mentioned, the county faces a $34 million structural deficit by 2028. Because justice services dominate the general fund, reductions would fall most heavily on law enforcement, courts, prosecution, defense, and corrections. The fiscal pressures we are already experiencing would intensify. This proposal is about preventing those outcomes and stabilizing the justice system before deeper reductions become unavoidable. Next slide. So to close my presentation, the Justice Fund provides a dedicated revenue source to stabilize public safety and our justice system. It helps maintain current services at a time when costs and mandates are increasing. It strengthens coordination, transparency, and accountability across the system. Most importantly, it reduces our reliance on one-time reserves and moves the county closer to structural stability. The structural deficit will not resolve itself. Absent new recurring revenue, reductions to justice services will be inevitable. The proposal before you is a targeted, restricted, and accountable revenue tool designed specifically to address that reality. That concludes my presentation today. I know we have Sheriff Swank online who would like to provide comments, as well as Madam Prosecutor Robnett. And then I'm happy to answer questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. DeMuth. So we will start with Sheriff Swank. Thank you for spending some time with us virtually this afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Hitchin, council members, friends, community members. My name is Keith Swank, and I am the Sheriff of Pierce County. I'm going to be brief with my comments so that the community has the opportunity to speak, but I would like to say a few things. First, I am not an advocate for taxes, just passing taxes. Many of you know me and talking to me, and I tell you about how I am against taxes in general. However, there's a large echo going on here. I hope it's okay there for you all.
We're noticing it too, and we're not.
Okay.
Do you have the meeting on, like, in a different device, or?
I have it on my laptop computer. Darn it.
Oh.
We'll just hear them multiple times.
Okay.
Can you switch me?
The joys of virtual meetings, everybody. But thankfully, we can do them so we can hear from him.
Sheriff, if you can raise your hand on the device that you prefer.
Okay. We'll bring him back over as a panelist and try this again. Hopefully without an echo.
Okay now? No. How about you have somebody else speak and then I'll come back. I'll log off and log back in.
Madam Prosecutor, we'll go to you in chambers because we know that system's working right now and we'll keep working on it. Sheriff Swank, I appreciate your troubleshooting on your end.
Thank you, Chair Hitchin and council members. Thank you for hearing from me today. I'm Mary Robnett. I am the Pierce County Prosecuting Attorney. Time after time after time in community after community, and including Pierce County, public safety is the #1 priority of people who live here, without a doubt. That's gone on for years. I've been a prosecutor in this community. I've been in the court system since 1991. And that's been the case since 1991, and it's still the case today. Nothing matters more than public safety. It's also the biggest draw on our general fund. Ms. DeMuth put up in stark colored charts today what kind of situation we're looking at. Public safety is the biggest draw on our general fund. And Pierce County, we get most of our revenue from property tax, a little, somewhere half and half, but Ms. DeMuth said more than half property tax, and it's capped. It literally can't keep up with inflation. Public safety isn't an extravagance. The Sheriff's Department is not wasting money. The prosecutor's office, the defenders, the court systems, we're not wasting money. We don't live extravagantly, but it is an expensive proposition, and our property tax revenue just can't keep up. If we don't get a dedicated revenue source, we're in big trouble in Pierce County. We will lose public safety resources. Something's got to give. I've heard public comments. I've been at the last 2 meetings involving this resolution, and people are frustrated because they don't want tax. I agree with Sheriff Swank. He doesn't like taxes. I don't either. But I live in Pierce County, and I pay my taxes, and I want public safety services. I agree with some of the comments I've heard that this council should very carefully scrutinize all of your spending. You should root out fraud. You should root out waste. You should root out any kind of abuse. But that's a drop in the bucket compared to the huge percentage of our general fund that goes to public safety. And this public safety dedicated tax, which is dedicated and can't be used for anything else, and there will be oversight. It will help maintain the status quo in the near future, but it's probably not going to fix our problem in the long term. This is a big problem, but this tax is what we need now, just to maintain the status quo and just to maintain the level of service that we currently had. I've sat here counting how many years I've been in public safety, and it's 50. I'm going to tell my age now, but I started working for a sheriff's department in 1976, and it's now 2026, and here I am, the prosecutor, still in the public safety business. So I've been a public servant my whole life, my whole adult life. I've been in public safety, and nothing is more important for this county right now than making sure that you can fund adequately, in the short term, our public safety needs. So I urge you, I implore you to vote yes and pass this tax.
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor.
Are there questions, or I'll stay here in chambers in case questions come up.
Okay, that
Thank you.
sounds like
Thank
a
you
good
again.
plan. We are going to try Sheriff Swank. So Sheriff Swank, we are not hearing you if you are trying to speak. On Zoom, if you go to the little caret and say select, what is it? Select audio, test your audio settings. Under Sheriff Fajardo, do you have the ability to contact the sheriff and find out what he would like us to do? Because we'd love to hear from him, but
I will coordinate with him and see if we can't get this. We're at two different locations, but I'll see what I can do.
okay. We'll look for hands being raised by either of you and call on you. We'll see if people have questions. I do have one light up, so we'll go to Councilmember Krueger.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Prosecutor Robinette. I guess I'm looking for a little bit more extrapolation out of what you said, because I believe we all want the public safety, because that's why we have government. And when you said that, what is the picture you are trying to paint in the mind of someone listening to you? What am I going to think of when you say we all want public safety? What does that encompass?
For me, that means safety includes law enforcement. We need law enforcement
Feet on the street?
to be on the street. We need law enforcement who can respond timely to calls. We need an adequate number of officers. We all know that we're bottom of the barrel in the state and in the country for law enforcement per capita. So we need law enforcement officers. We need a jail where people can be detained. We need prosecutors who can prosecute criminal cases. Most of my office is dedicated to criminal prosecution. We know, we do other things, but the majority is dedicated to criminal prosecution. We need court systems. We need public defenders. There's a whole infrastructure around public safety in terms of criminal justice, and that's what this tax would be dedicated to.
Now, the dollars for the court system, the average 76% of the budget for the last, I believe, at least 4 bienniums, has been pretty consistent. Why now? Why is it all of a sudden, oh my gosh, we need to have another tax?
We can't afford to pay our bills without dipping into our rainy day fund. The charts were up here. The property tax revenue is going up maximum of 1% a year under state law, and inflation has gone up,
a lot.
2022 was 9% in that 1 year. I mean, our revenue is not keeping up with our expenses, and it's not because we're living extravagantly.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question for Ms. DeMuth.
We want to try the sheriff.
Oh,
His
he's ready.
hand is
Thank
raised,
you.
so we're going to try this one more time.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, and without an echo, so we're not hearing two of you, so thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, and I won't try to put on video, so I don't want to cause any trouble. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members, friends, and community members. My name's Keith Swank. I'm the Pierce County Sheriff. I'm going to be very brief because I know many of you are there and you want to speak, so I'm going to speak briefly here. Many of you know me, talk to me. I am not typically a person that is pro-tax. I am actually anti-tax. And so this was a serious discussion, serious thinking about this before I ever said that I support this tax. I spoke with many people. I spoke with community members. Some of you are mad at me. I spoke with my commanders, and we spoke about what we need for us to be safe and successful and to save the taxpayers money. Then we had a justice and public safety group that got together and everybody spoke and we all compromised. I will say I compromised a lot to get along and move this forward, and I think it's the best thing to do because we all work together collaboratively. I want to tell you a few things that we need for the sheriff's office so I can protect you, the citizens and community members, better. We need to have a body-worn cameras for the jail for two reasons: for liability purposes and also so that we can review and commend people and hold people accountable if necessary, and we can train people better and learn better about how to do that. The most litigious entity in Pierce County is the jail. Many of you know about that and about jail settlements that we've had over the years. And we need to make sure that we are protecting your taxpayer dollars. We need a new Bearcat for the sheriff's office so that we can use that for SWAT call-outs to make our community safer, to make our deputies safer, and even to make suspects safer. We don't want to take lives if we don't have to, and this gives us the opportunity to slow down things, let things progress slower, at a slower pace, save more lives. We need a digital evidence management system for all the things that we have that are cameras and recording devices, especially whenever we open up the cameras in the Corrections Bureau. Your deputies need to have protective masks. They don't have any protective masks. And I don't mean masks to hide their identity. I mean protective masks so that if there's a dirty bomb or some other nuclear or biological or chemical thing that happens in our community, God forbid, they'll be able to respond to the area to be able to help to work to save lives. As it is now, they don't have that equipment. They wouldn't be able to do that, and we'd have to just wait on the outside and hope for the best for people, and that is not a way to run a sheriff's office, on hope. Lastly, you all sitting there know we have a jail. We have an old jail, we have a new jail. I'm a new sheriff. I inherited lots and lots of problems with the jail. The jail needs to be renovated. It's going to cost millions of dollars. We don't have the millions of dollars to do that. This tax will be used towards that to help us for funding to renovate the jail. Ultimately, I'm going to be straight up with everybody here. Ultimately, we're going to need a new justice center because these jails are at the end of their useful life, and we're doing everything we can to hold them together right now. I appreciate everybody coming here today. I appreciate your input. It means a lot to me. It's a big deal for me to take on this position, and I hope you all understand that I'm doing this for what I believe is the best for public safety. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. So now we'll go to questions. We'll go back to Councilmember Krueger, who had a question for Ms. DeMuth, if I remember.
This will be for Sheriff Swank. And I'm curious, if I recall, when the new old jail, or the old new jail, whatever we call it, first opened, wasn't it not operable?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information for you. I don't know all the history of the jail. I just know that right now we have many things that need to be fixed in it so that it can be even usable. So maybe Under Sheriff Fajardo could answer that question for you.
Maybe. It just seems that when that opened, the electronics or something wasn't working, and that took another effort of getting that fixed in order to use it. And
I did hear something about that, yes.
So it might not be the right design anyway. So it's not anything new that we have that we need jails, correct?
Well, what's new is there's a class action lawsuit going on right now in federal courts. You all know about it. I've talked about it before. It's going to be being heard here before too long. And depending on what the position is from the judge will say a lot about what's going on with our jail. We are actually in the process of looking at places, other facilities that we can move our inmates to, because there could be a ruling that says that our jail needs to be remodeled and fixed and made up to date before we can house people. And I'm really concerned about that.
And Sheriff Swank, what is the process for you to request the needs that you have for your department? So you have been sheriff now, is it just the 1 year?
Yes.
And so you know what is going on. And so when you are needing these things and you see what you have inherited, what is the process for you to make the request, get the things that you need to run your office?
Well, I sit down with my budget people from the office and we go through and write up a budget and present it to the council and say, this is what we need. And the council weighs what they have in budgets and the needs and necessary items that we need and see if they're going to approve it. And then we have conversations back and forth until we come to a budget. And we all of us, my sheriffs and other agency heads want to have more things than what the council typically gives us.
Are there any discussions on other ways to find funding for needs? Like the body cameras has been something that we know is necessary, but there have been obstacles to that. But are there ways to look in other revenues that are coming in, or taxes or property or something that could maybe raise temporarily specific dollars for those specific needs, a one-time kind of thing?
Well, I'm not an expert on revenues. I'm sure that things could be moved around. I just want everybody that's listening here to know that your sheriff, Keith Swank, has been thinking outside the box. I have been trying for the past year to come up with a sheriff fund that people can donate money to, a nonprofit sheriff foundation. And we've been working through that process with the Secretary of State's office, and it's been difficult. And if we had that up and running and weren't able to have millions of dollars donated, then my position list might be different. But I don't have it up and running, and I'm working diligently on it, and to get the equipment that we need.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. And then if Ms. DeMuth.
You're welcome.
And then did you have a question for Ms. DeMuth as well?
I do.
Okay, Ms. DeMuth, and then we'll go to Councilmember Morrell.
Oh, did you have one for the sheriff? You can. Okay. Well, thank you, Chair. I just was curious. I was listening to you mention about how inflation has really affected our finances. And would you say that when someone is trying to divide their property and the cultural resource study is $80,000, that is a contributor to inflation and the price of the land and doing things?
I think you're a little bit outside my area of expertise.
Well, it's adding to the cost of something, which I think you understand that inflates the land, which is part of what is making it difficult for people or government to keep up with things. And I'll just stop with that. I had some other things, but that's kind of trying to make my point. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Sheriff Swank.
Yes.
Sheriff, thank you for making time. I appreciate your comments. My question to you is, we hear a lot about the House Bill 2015 qualifications. And I know that your department did the heavy lifting to get that application in on January 21st. Is there anything in those qualifications that you saw that would keep you from doing your job?
No, there isn't anything that I saw that would keep me from doing my job or the sheriff's office from doing their job in connection with the laws of Washington State and the U.S. Constitution. I think that it hasn't hampered anything for the sheriff's office.
Thank you for that. Obviously, I think we would both agree we would rather not have those qualifications, but that's not what's before us. And I know that your department filled out the application and submitted it, And I think there's 45 days that they have to report back for any changes that they see or any questions that they have. So I guess we have a few more, about another month before we hear back, actually less than that, to hear back. So thank you for answering that question.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the question. We're going to go to Councilmember Denson.
Thank you, Chair. And this question is also for Sheriff Swank. Sheriff Swank, thank you for highlighting some of the important initiatives that you've noticed are missing within our law enforcement arena. Now that you've been here a year, these all sound like really important items for public safety as well as protections for our law enforcement officers. So thank you for bringing those forward. I understand that this initial funding plan also includes additional money for hiring incentives as well as retention bonuses. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I know we have a number of vacancies, and it's to the county's benefit, in my opinion. I think everyone's opinion that we get those vacancies filled so that you can deploy additional personnel throughout the county.
Yes, thank you. We have 35 vacancies on the corrections officer side, and I want you all to know that that's the lowest it's been in many years, so we are making headway there. And we have 37 vacancies on the law enforcement side, and we're making headway there also. We're up to a point of about 50 before. So we do have hiring incentives, but we're competing with other agencies throughout the region that have much higher, they give much higher incentives to join them. Like Tacoma gives $50,000. King County Sheriff's Office now is given $40,000. We give $20,000. So we are partnering with a marketing company to help people get out there and see what we do at this Pierce County Sheriff's Office, show how unique we are, and we're using that. And just good old-fashioned meeting with people on the street that we see have good qualities and traits, and giving them a business card and encouraging them to be part of this family. So we're working diligently on it. The money that's going there is very, very helpful. Also, the retention bonus for corrections deputies is much needed to make sure that we recognize them as being part of the law enforcement family, and that we're all one big family here together at the Pierce County Sheriff's Office.
Thank you, Sheriff.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the question. We're going to go back to Councilmember Krueger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I remembered maybe a better way to frame my question with Ms. Demuth, and that is, what do you see as the biggest costs that are affected by inflation, that the county is affected by?
Our labor costs.
Labor. Materials.
Materials also go up. Salary and benefits, though, are our largest cost here at the county. So as inflation grows, our labor contracts settle at rates to address inflation, and so our labor costs grow pretty significantly year over year.
And healthcare?
Healthcare, yes, very much.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Checking online with my two colleagues that are online to make sure that you know how many. Oh, okay. Councilmember Ayala.
Thank you, Chair. Is the volume okay?
Just keep talking. We'll manage.
Okay. I have three questions. I'm not sure one of which who the most appropriate person is, so I'll just start off with that one. We've heard in some of our public comments concerns around accountability, and I asked a question during our COW around what that looks like. We talked about the committee that we'll be forming, its partnership with our audit committee. I'm curious, in terms of meeting at least twice a year, that's the language that we're hearing. Who calls those meetings? What are the parameters behind meeting more frequently, or has that been discussed or dialogued around?
John Lane, Senior Counsel. As it is lined out, I believe it's the exec's office that does the convening and will be working in partnership with all of the Justice Fund partners, so Sheriff's Office, Prosecutor's Office, courts, et cetera. So we will meet with them, as regularly as necessary, but it says a minimum of 2.
Thank you, appreciate it. And I'll share part of the reason I asked that is because I know that this is something that folks will have great interest in trying to follow along what those dollars are. And I know that we discussed, I believe it's called Open Pierce County, around financial accountability for the county, which, Ms. DeMuth, thank you so much for reviewing that last time. My next question, this is actually for Sheriff Swank. During the 26-27 biennial budget, there was approval for support to staff up the sheriff's office. We all want to see those budgeted positions filled. And thank you so much for continuing those efforts. I'm curious in terms of making this happen or strategizing around filling those positions, knowing that incentives are a challenge. Is there anything that's been learned by the Sheriff's Department in terms of what are those other areas that can be pulled on to fill these positions more quickly?
Well, one of the things we've done is looked at our hiring process and how long it takes for people to get through the background process. And part of that is the medical exam they have to have. And we were only using one company at a time. And sometimes that delayed us 2, 3, or 4 months. So we thought outside the box and figured things out and got other contractors there to go through that. I think one of the big things going on is, like I said, with our marketing company Epic, we're going to be getting that going hot and heavy here in the next few months. And be doing we're already started on that, be getting that recruiting out there so people can see how unique our sheriff's office is and all the opportunities people have when they join us, with policing in rural areas and urban areas and all of that. But the big thing that's going on and is going on this week is arbitration for the contract for the men and women of the deputies and sergeants and lieutenants of the sheriff's office. And whenever that is resolved, then we'll know where we stand and what we need to do to move forward with hiring and filling our vacancies.
Thank you, appreciate that. I know that from our public comments, that is a huge desire for those vacancies to be filled. And then lastly, I briefly talked about it, but I'm hoping Ms. DeMuth actually can speak on Open Pierce County for those individuals that have not heard about this, because the relationship that we have with the public in terms of how taxpayer dollars are being used is quite important. And I know that we know this internally, but the system that we have is nationally recognized as well. And so I'm hoping that you could speak on how that came about, and also kind of visions for use and how we as a county are trying to bridge that relationship gap.
Sure. Open Pierce County was launched in 2018. It's an open data platform. We provide information to the public through a variety of different ways. We have dashboards for many of our departments that provide performance metrics. We also have specialized dashboards that provide information on the criminal justice system, our behavioral health services, housing and homelessness. We also have a lot of financial information available in Open Pierce County. We have a tool called Open Budget where you can explore the budget and how funds are allocated and what actuals are looking like. And then we have Open Checkbook, which provides at a very detailed level every transaction. So every dollar that goes out the door is available to the public to see how it's been spent. So if the Justice Fund proposal is passed, we will be using Open Pierce County to provide all of that data to the public, how the funds are being spent, the performance metrics that council will adopt in line with the Justice Fund, as well as other data relevant to expenditure of those funds.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the questions. We're going to go back to Councilmember Kerber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for Mr. Lane. When you jumped up, I thought of something. Thank you very much. So I was wondering, so House Bill 2015 has the grant dollars that are allowed for the county governments, and it's also tribal. Are the comparatives the same? Do the same rules apply to both sets of governments?
Yes.
So the tribes will be expected to comply with the Keep Washington Working Act and with 2495 or 5974 if that passes. Those rules which are also built into this, they will have to.
If you're going to do the grant, you have to meet the requirements regardless of the law enforcement agency.
And so if there is an appointment necessary, the tribes will allow that in their government as well?
I
If they
can't
take
speak
dollars.
for the tribes. Not sure I understand what the question.
Well, the grant dollars.
Yes.
And then the parameters of employing the tax, they can do that, correct?
The tax would be not something that the tribes would be implementing.
Engaging in?
They would have, they could have, they have access to the grants. The tax is not something that the tribe would be doing.
Okay. So if they do take grant dollars, they are subject to the exact same rules
Yes,
Okay.
under the Criminal Justice Training Commission.
under the CJTC?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One last question, I think. And this goes to Sheriff Swank.
Yes.
Sheriff Swank, Julie DeMuth in her presentation stated that stabilizing this fund, this justice fund, based on the 0.1% of 1%, would stabilize funding for the Sheriff's Department. Stabilizing funding, I would assume, would that help in hiring?
Well, I would think it would help. If I was a new deputy or somebody thinking about applying here, cops are investigators. I'd probably investigate to see how sound everything is to make sure I was going to get paid. So I think it would be a good thing for people to see that. And it would be a good thing when people ask us questions to say that our budget is stabilized. I think that's very important.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any additional questions coming up, so I am going to open this up for public comment. So a couple reminders. So 2 minutes, and we will start here in chambers. And for those of you that haven't been at the last 2 hearings, here is how I do this. I'm going to call the first 3 names. You kind of queue up so we can quickly move through people, and then I'll say a couple more names so we always know who's on deck because some of you are kind of buried in the audience. And then once we've gone through those that signed up, I will do an all call for anyone who didn't sign up, was inspired, missed the fact, or I messed up and I skipped your name, which also happened, so I apologize. And then we'll go online. So those are kind of the sequence of how we'll do things to keep things going. And then I will ask, there's heated interest in this. Please refrain from clapping or cheering, no matter what the side is, because it can discourage other people from feeling like they have the right to speak. And the point is to be heard. And we want everybody to feel safe in stating their opinion during this process. Because we have a very diverse voice here in the room as far as where you are on this, but we want to make sure we hear from everybody that came here to speak. So, checking with my colleagues. I'm not taking a recess, so if you all need to be adults, be adults. We're going to go ahead and start. So on the first page that I got, I have Dixie Mooney, Paul Burks, and John Gardner are the first 3. So if you want to come towards the podium, we'll start with Dixie, then Paul, then John. And if you'd like your name on the record, please state it, and you'll have 2 minutes, and there's a timer to the right of you, which is not convenient. starting next week, it'll be right in front of you.
Great. Council members, my name is Dixie Mooney. I'm a lifelong resident of Pierce County and a current resident of Tacoma. I wanted to start by just thanking you all for your service, especially in these times. A lot of tough decisions lie ahead, and I thank you for your service. The issues that we face as a community are great and unprecedented, a lot of them. Affordable housing, homelessness, mental health issues, drug issues. There's nothing easy coming down the road. My friends would probably describe me as a liberal, and that's probably fair in most of my ideals. But when it comes to fiscal issues, I'm definitely more conservative. And tax increases and higher taxes are not something that I look forward to, especially being recently retired and living on a fixed income. But in this case, I feel that the needs outweigh those concerns. I feel like public safety and an effective criminal justice system warrant the additional taxes, as unpleasant as they may feel at the time, or just not very popular that they are. So I'll be brief and get out of here. Oh, almost done. I urge you to pass this proposal and to move forward. I think that the investment is needed and that the cause is worthy. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Paul, followed by John, and then Will Leslie and Kirkland.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Paul Berkey, and I live in District 7. I'm a longtime business owner and employer in Tacoma, and 12 years ago I helped found the nonprofit Tacoma Boat Builders, a community-based program working with youth who are referred to as mainly by Pierce County Juvenile Court. And I think that taxes are basically the cost of civilized society, but I'm very interested in seeing that they're well spent. And it's clear to me that the Justice Fund completely lives up to that. And that's why I'm here to testify in support of it. And as Sheriff Swank alluded to, well-functioning public safety services lead to better public safety outcomes. And one big thing that this small tax will do is to help fund community-based programs like Tacoma Boat Builders. And what we know is that young people who go through programs like ours are considerably less likely to reoffend, and that makes it one of the very best returns on investment the county could have. For every dollar spent on working with young people upstream, many dollars are saved later in incarceration and harm to our families and to our community. And we work with some of the most dedicated public service servants that you could find at Raymond Hall. And these are people who approach their work more as a calling than a job. Those folks and the rest of our law enforcement community need and they deserve our support to achieve the kinds of outcomes that result not in just the safety, but the overall well-being of our county residents. So I'm asking you to please to vote yes on this essential measure. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. John Gardner, and then Will Leslie and Kirkland. Is John here? No, he's not here. Okay, then we'll go to Will Leslie.
Hi, I'm Will Leslie. I was a math, science, and STEM teacher for middle schoolers out in Lakewood for 30 years. And forgive me, I thought about what tact I would take, and I just thought I'd give you a little math lesson today. 1/10 of 1%. That's 1 cent on $1,000. That's 10 cents on $10,000. That's $1 on $100,000. That is $10 on $1 million. That's the tax that we're asking for in terms of a sustainable situation for my 5 grandchildren. Okay? So this is about a situation that obviously was not funded before to me as a math guy. When I look at that chart, I extrapolate into the past and I look at it and I say, hey, you know what? Something was wrong in the past that things weren't funded because you wouldn't get behind otherwise. So this is catching up. It's not sustaining. It doesn't sound like extrapolating out the other end. It is a sense that we are somehow catching up. And when I bring up those numbers and people start talking about, forgive me, $800,000 and how that will influence in terms of inflation and things like that, come on. That is $10 on $1 million in tax. Please. Anybody that speaks after me, please keep this in mind. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Kurt Kirkland, followed by Kathy Orlando, Jennifer Haas, and Mariana Hike.
Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Kirk Kirkland, and I'm with the Environmental Coalition. As we've heard tonight, a lot about the Sheriff's Department, 76 vacancies. The cost is outpacing the revenue. It's been well spoken. The crime levels are going up and the economy is going down. So this is the great thing to do. The general fund cannot sustain the criminal justice system, but that's what we were so fortunate that you had a reserve fund that you could plug in and make this transition. And it doesn't look very good because next year we're going to have a $34 million deficit. And so tonight's going to make a big difference on how this goes down. And this is the time that both parties need to set aside their distastes of the sales tax. Everybody has a reason why it doesn't work. It's the best one that's on the table, and it's going to stay with us and grow with time. So anyway, it's time when both parties need to take responsibility in savings to the Sheriff's Department, really in need and so short on manpower. So wait another year and the situation gets passed. So the decision we're looking for at the budget is to forget about party line of not raising taxes. This is no place for that. 1 penny per dollar buys a healthy criminal justice system. Look at the numbers and vote yes. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Kathy Orlando, followed by Jennifer, Mariana, and then John Leslie.
Good afternoon, Council. My name's Kathy Orlando, and I live in District 7. I am here once again to testify in strong support of the Justice Fund. Listening to and reading comments against this vote, one might believe it's a partisan issue. I disagree. The Justice Fund is an investment in our community that will lead to better public safety outcomes, which is something I am willing to pay for. This is an issue of balance and values. Public safety takes up over 75% of the current budget. Unfortunately, we know that's not meeting our needs. At the same time, we cannot afford to use more of our general funds to bridge the gap. This nominal sales tax increase will help prevent cuts in the future and give our law enforcement and criminal justice professionals the tools they need to do their jobs. In spite of how I feel about the politics of our elected sheriff, our law enforcement and criminal justice professionals deserve these tools. I was at Costco over the weekend, took the grandkids over there for lunch, and left with all of my standard goods, $250 receipt. Ow! That would have cost me 25 cents on this tax. I would have been donating 25 cents to what we need. Public safety impacts all of us, and I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Mariana Hike, John Leslie, and Ken Paulson.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Mariana Hike. I'm a community organizer out of the Fighting 2nd District here in Pierce County. I'm here in support, strong support, as a matter of fact, of the Justice Fund because this is about keeping our communities safe and making sure the systems we rely on are stable and properly funded. Public safety affects all of us, families, small businesses, workers commuting early or late. We all want to feel safe in our neighborhoods and confident that when we call for help, the system works. The proposal creates dedicated, targeted funding for public safety, and the increase is modest, just a penny on $10 purchase. But it will make a real difference in preventing future cuts and helping to make sure there's long-term stability with accountability measures built in. This is a responsible investment in Pierce County. I urge you to please vote yes. Thank you for having me. Good to see everybody.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have John Leslie, followed by Ken Paulson, Vicky Stanish, and Christy Gledhill. And I know there's a delay in the overflow room, so that's why I'm saying more names, just as an FYI. You need to take them over to the clerk on the other side. Thank you.
Okay. Ready? My name is John Leslie. I'm a lifetime resident of Pierce County. The things that I just handed out to you, you've already received, but I wanted to make sure that everyone here had a chance to see it, and you'd have it in front of you too when I speak. There's a number of things that have been already brought up to you in the committee hearings, and I was impressed with how some of you, the questions that you raised there, I learned a lot from that. One of the things that I took away from there, though, is that we really don't have a revenue problem. The revenue problem is what we set our spending at. But additionally, I found out that this isn't just one teeny little tiny tax. In fact, calling it that is a logical fallacy. The size of it doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong. If I stole something little from you, it doesn't make it any better. And especially if I stole it from you 6 times, which is what's in our current sales tax. 6 of these just little tiny 0.1%. So we're adding another one to it. In addition to that, we got a whole bunch in transit that nobody else uses. But also for income, found out that one of these little 1/10 things got spent on the new jail to fund that. Could have paid for the new jail, but it's going to buy new council chambers instead. I'm not saying that wasn't needed, but we sure could use that for a new jail. Bottom line is that this thing doesn't provide any new deputies on the street, and that's what I think what everybody wants. So I say no. There's other ways to get this. The vacancy money from the sheriffs we don't hire, that's $11 million. We could use that for retention bonuses and for hiring bonuses. So the money is there. It's how you prioritize it.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ken Paulson, followed by Vicky Stanich, Christy Gledhill, and Lisa Olson.
And Madam Chair, again, for the delay, when you called out one of the names, one of the persons just came into the chamber, so they're on standby.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Ken Paulson. So I live in Tacoma, and I'm concerned about taxes. About 10 years ago, Pierce Transit wanted 0.2%, which is double what this thing is. And Pierce Transit still exists. And they're running down the road with their 40-foot buses with 5 passengers. So I'm like, I want my money, our tax money, spent right. And I don't see government agencies all over the place doing that right. But I do want the sheriff's deputies to have protective masks, to have these body cam things, because I think that's important to reduce the lawsuits. And, you know, sell Chambers Bay Golf Course, raise the money. That sucked money for almost 2 decades. Out of pocket, about $100 million to buy it, to do everything, to pay for the losses every year. That is prime property that could be leased or sold and bring in mega millions. Have you guys thought of that? I don't golf there. Walked the dog there once. It's beautiful. People would love to have a house there, love to have a, anyway. So I was at a meeting a year somewhere ago, and somebody told me about somebody who works for Pierce County, not here, not in the sheriff's office, but they were bragging that they didn't do anything.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Paulson. Next, we have Vicky Stanich, followed by Christy Gledhill, Lisa Olson, and David Baumgartner.
Hello, council members. My name is Vicky Stanich, District 6. Please vote in support of Ordinance 02026-501. I also known as the Justice Fund, the 1/10 of 1% justice tax. The 1/10 of 1% is equal to 1 penny on every $10 we spend. So if I spend $100 at Costco, then the county would receive 10 cents. Washington State's regressive tax system causes the state to rely heavily on federal government subsidies, which have been reduced. Alternative forms of revenue in the form of increased taxes slowly chip away at taxpayers. And while I'm not a fan of Washington's regressive tax system, I understand that we need more stable revenue to fund services for the backed-up courts and public safety for the community. I've been told that this ordinance has bipartisan support from the county prosecutor and law enforcement. Although I support the ordinance, I worry that the tax seriously impacts people who live at or below the poverty level, and for this reason, I hope that many of the county council members and your constituents in turn will also support Senate Bill 6346, currently in the state legislature, the Millionaire Tax Fund, as another form of revenue. By sending emails to the representatives to have millionaires pay their fair share, so that the tax revenue burden does not fall heavily on the backs of the working class and the poor. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Christy, followed by Lisa.
Thank you, Chair Hitchin, council members. Thank you for being here and listening to all of us speak and tell you our opinions on this. I'm not crazy about more taxes either, but I do support this ordinance 501 because regardless of political affiliation or social status or where we live, public safety is one of our community's top priorities. I see that a mixed team of county experts, electeds and staff, right and left of the line that these days so deeply divide us, has determined that dedicated funding will help ensure stable resources for law enforcement, courts, and public defense so Pierce County can continue reducing crime and keeping our communities safe. By no means ideal, this ordinance represents a thoughtful, collaborative approach to strengthening our public safety system, and I hope you'll pass it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Lisa Olson, followed by David Baumgartner, Ann Jolie, and Mark Ambrinson. I totally said that wrong, but.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Lisa Olson. I'm of University Place, and in my opinion, Pierce County doesn't have a revenue problem. It appears to have a spending problem. Before you tell working families, your employers, to spend more of our money, truly audit every department, cut waste, hold leadership accountable, clean up the streets, enforce the laws, increase involuntary detainment and rehab to decrease the crime. You won't need more jail space if you clean up the drug addiction epidemic that we're all observing in our cities. This is a permanent tax. You can find another way to get $200 worth of body cameras without this permanent tax increase. You claim this money will be audited. Well, this so-called Performance Advisory Board is not a real oversight. True accountability means living with the budget you already have, not reaching deeper into the taxpayers' pockets. As a Pierce County resident, I'm deeply concerned about raising taxes when our burdens are already high. In University Place, property taxes have increased, yet we lack the sheriff's staffing we're supposed to have received. We were promised. That's what the money was supposed to go toward. So the money has not delivered better results as proven in University Place. As I've told you before, I volunteer for the unhoused, and at firsthand, we see this addiction cycle. They're not being enforced to follow the laws. They're openly smoking drugs in front of all of us and our kids. And so if you don't address that root problem, we're just going to keep having addiction, enforcement gaps, and ineffective policies that are expanding the jails and the court capacity. So this is just a Band-Aid to the real problem. Our sheriff's office, Tacoma Police, and prosecutors are strained, and the public bears the consequences. We need real solutions, enforcing these existing laws, prioritizing meaningful interventions and rehabilitation for those struggling with addiction. Residents are already generous through taxes, churches, and volunteer work. Many biblical members of faith give 10% of their income, so we're stretched thin. Thank you.
David, I'm going to remind everybody to try and please do not clap.
Good afternoon, Council. For the record, I'm all for law enforcement, and for our math teacher, I think $1 million is 100, not $10. So, I've found in life that money solves a lot of things, but what it can't solve is priorities. And it's interesting that we say public safety is our number one, yet Pierce County is continually in last place. And if you go ahead and pass this tax, we're still going to be in last place because it's a priority issue, not a funding issue. The other part of this that no one has talked about is this tax marries us an obligation to Olympia. Forevermore shall we be connected to Olympia with them dictating how this money is spent and how the sheriff's going to allocate it. I think it's wrong. I think it's not the right time, and we shouldn't be doing it at this time.
Thank you for your comments. We have Anjali, Mark A. I'm not even going to try. I totally messed it up last time. And then Jeannie Mitchell and Laura Lee.
Hi. We already know the outcome of your vote today. Let's be very clear about what happened here. This vote was not shaped by public testimony. It was shaped before the public ever spoke, before 1,000 residents asked you to stop, and before the people made their case. Commitments were made, the budget was adjusted, and support was promised, and then people had to keep their word. This is not deliberation, this is coordination. The people are not naive. They understand when an outcome is arranged before it is debated. You can call this tax for public safety, but tomorrow the county is going to arbitration with our deputies because you're not paying them. You did not support them when you had the chance. We all want money for public safety, but this bill is tied to House Bill 2015. Anything you address today will not untie this from that legislation. This is what the people didn't want. You say there are bonuses for the deputies, yet deputies have written in and told you they would forego their bonus if you did not pass this tax. They do not want the ties associated with it, but that does not seem to matter. The voice of our deputies and the people are ignored when the outcome is prearranged. You will say how well you're going to spend the money and the wonderful things you're going to do with it, but you cannot untie it from House Bill 2015. If you vote yes today, do not call it representation. Call it what it is, a political decision. You chose politics over the people.
Okay. I'm going to ask again. Please refrain from clapping. Do the best that you can. We're going to keep going. We have a lot of people. And I believe we have Mark next, followed by Jeannie, and then Laura Lee.
My name is Mark Abramson. I am a lifetime person who's lived here, minus being in the military. Robin, good to see you. What happened a few days ago? 5 people are now dead. Why are they dead, you asked? We don't have the sheriff deputies. Why is that? Because you guys can't afford it, or so you say. Let me explain 2 things to you. One, unless you're willing to put body armor on and go out there and patrol the streets and get shot at, you have no business in this line of work. Because you have nothing left to offer. We don't need you. One of the ladies was about your age, ma'am. Stabbed to death by somebody twice her size. And we don't have the people. So you have 2 options. Option 1, you allow the sheriff to do his damn job. You fully fund him. No political games, no tit for tat. This is our lives you're playing with. We are not going to stand by and let it happen. 40 years ago on the KP, we didn't have you guys. We handled problems on our own. I can't tell you how many bodies are buried out there, but I imagine a lot of missing people. Nobody really cared. Now we're a more civilized, softer society. Again, we rely on law enforcement. So here's option 2. You all take a pay cut down to the lowest person who works for Pierce County, whether that be a janitor or a garbage picker-upper. You all make way more money than you've earned. And a lot of you are worth a hell of a lot more than that. Second and thirdly, and this is my last, you want to help the people of this county? You bring up a reserve academy. There are lots of us trained, fully trained combat vets. Some of us are even former law enforcement who would be more than happy to step back into uniform for free because we want our communities to be safe. So you think about that when you pass that law. It's just more money.
Thank you for your comments. Jeannie and Laura Lee, and then Shannon Zimmerly.
Well, hello. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the work you do. I'm not sure what I wanted to say when I got up here. I know that I value the importance of supporting our law enforcement. I know that Pierce County has been losing deputies to Tacoma or wherever, but you can't nitpick this. This justice has set up a group that would be minding that money. It's not going to be frittered off to be used for something that it wasn't meant to be used for. We cannot constantly be looking 20/20 hindsight, what we should have done, what should have been done. This is the problem right now. And I support this. I ask you to support it because we need to take care of what's going on right now, right here, and go forward, not backwards, and support our police and our sheriff's department and the community at large. And I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, Laura Lee, I skipped someone a page ago, and so after you, I'm going to have Jennifer Haas. Sorry, I knew it would happen somewhere on this list. So we'll go Laura Lee, then Jennifer, and then we'll get back in our order.
Yes, I live in District 6, and I'm for this minimal tax to protect our justice system. HB 25 gives counties the right to implement this small tax to help cover costs for our judicial program, including our police. It's not political. This money will go towards the courts, like guardian ad litems, because we need more of those in Pierce County to help with custody cases. The ADA program, which helps disabled veterans like myself. The sheriff's office, and all his deputies and his equipment that he needs. Even though he said he's anti-tax, he literally wouldn't have a job if it weren't for our taxes. Although I don't agree with him politically, he does, they still need to be funded, so this will help. We need judges for family, criminal, and civil law cases. We're talking about like $1 on $1,000. And we've been plunged now into an unconstitutional war, which is going to drive up inflation even more. So we need these funds. So I support it, and please vote yes.
Thank you for your comments. So, Jennifer, we're going to come back to you. I apologize, Jennifer. Do you want to? Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I already skipped you, so we're going to rectify that. So.
Okay. Thanks for having me, and thanks for hearing me. I am not taking any grant or public assistance. I just want to be clear. Therefore, my opinions are mine alone. I'm never against giving money to our deputies, but I am against this bill because of the ties to the House Bill 2015 and giving up the autonomy of our sheriff's department and the will of the people. There is nothing that you can give to us that will help with that. We want our sheriff to stay elected by the people. This is a sneaky bill that masks the true intent of the power grab after our sheriff's department has been intentionally choked off financially. You can't be the hero in a situation you intentionally created. As a community, we've been experiencing repercussions of this engineered crisis, including many deputies over the last, including losing many deputies over the last year, including multiple murders and significantly long response times that cost lives. This is political theater that's costing lives. So I encourage you to vote con on this. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. So now Shannon Zimmerly, followed by Mark Nance and Austin Nolan Copel.
Good afternoon. As per my stance with every other meeting, I am certainly pro for the sheriff's office to ensure that they have all of their needs met, to provide an accountability piece that we are forever missing. And it was prior to this bill coming forward. You've heard me every other meeting. I have these internal emails, including from the prosecuting attorney's office. You don't have any accountability. I've been here for the last 4 years, coming to you, begging you to do any sort of accountability. You can gain your taxes through code enforcement. We have a problem over there near my home where you have let people build on a federal easement. And rather than prosecute them and not waste prosecutor money, the sheriff's department, the sheriff's deputies have come out to my home or have had 54 incident reports written on me because, once again, all these internal emails showing that no matter how or where or when you're going to get these taxes, you're still not doing your job. There's no accountability in the prosecuting attorney's office, not in our court system, not at the council level. The only person we see in here fighting for us is Sheriff Swank, because you have literally dropped your problems in his lap. So I will tell you this, knowing that we have a previous sheriff that you still owe a building to in Eatonville for your detachment unit, Sheriff Robbins, all of these things that you still have to provide to us that you told us that you were going to take care of with the tax dollars prior to this, you're still not doing any of that. You have deputies that you cannot get out to WANA,
Thank
but
you
yet,
for your comments.
Yeah.
So we have Mark, Austin, and Janet Thiessen.
Chair Hitchin and fellow council members, thank you for your service. I want to talk about this ordinance. I'm against this ordinance. Section 4 identifies where the money is going, and what we need is we need deputies on the street. Somebody else said it's about priorities. I live in District 7. It can take over 2 hours for a deputy to come to a serious crime. There are 0 deputies in this bill, 0 deputies. It takes people to help provide safety. If I look at all of the expenditures in there, it provides for jails, it provides for IT, it provides for judiciary. All those things are important, but they're not primary. Maybe 3% of the funds identified go for retention bonuses for corrections officers. That's a good thing because it's people. It does nothing for deputies. It is not going to help our public safety. So it says public safety, but it's really not public safety. So it just seems like a bait and switch. You have almost 1,000 comments from people that are opposed to this bill. That's a lot of people. This is in context with Olympia passing or trying to pass a sales tax, or not a sales tax, sorry, an income tax on us. And the whole nation is now looking at us and saying the government of Washington State is out of touch with its people. We don't want taxes, and we want you to get your house in order so that we spend our tax dollars efficiently. Again, $0 out of this bill will go to deputies. That's what we need the most. That should be the priority. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Austin, followed by Janet Thiessen and William Leslie.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Austin Nolan Koppel. For our family, every extra $15 in taxes equals about 1 more hour of work that I have to put in each week just to keep up. Maybe that's not how it looks on paper, but that's how it feels in our home. That's how we measure it. It's hours away from our child. Time spent working just to stay afloat. Maybe you don't go to bed at night worrying about how you're going to cover the monthly expenses, but many of us do. We lie awake doing the math, hoping that nothing unexpected happens, hoping that we can keep everything paid and still provide for our children. Please don't pass another tax. We can't afford this.
Thank you. So Janet, followed by William, and then Jennifer is the last one that signed in on the sheets that I have. And then we'll go to those that didn't sign in or are potentially on a piece of paper back there that I don't have.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Council. My name is Janet Thiessen, and I live in Council District 7. Thank you for the chance to comment. My strong support for the Justice Fund comes from two sources. First, though I live in Tacoma, I am fortunate to have friends in several other communities. I care about their safety as well as mine. When we meet for coffee in Puyallup or we shop in Lakewood, I want to feel safe. I'm a Pierce County resident and consumer, after all, just not a Tacoman. My second reason for support is, like many other of us, some of us, lots of us in our 70s and 80s, especially women, I'm not as quick as I used to be, not as steady on my feet, maybe not quite as tough. So when I'm out and about, I want you, Council, to be by my side by way of this act. Stay with me, please. We'll be safer together. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. William Leslie? There are William Leslie in chambers.
Can I go again?
No, that's what I thought, and I was just, but it's different handwriting. Okay, how about Jennifer Kay? I'm just going to say Jennifer Kay.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jennifer Kammeyer. I'm a resident of Buckley, District 1. As a former Washington State auditor who audited Pierce County, fiscal responsibility is very important to me. I support law enforcement. I support Sheriff Swank and corrections officers. I am very concerned with the funding source for the Sheriff's Department. You're taking the control out of the local government hands, the county, and you're putting it in the state's hands. I'd like to remind individuals, back in 2022, the county received an audit finding related to noncompliance of COVID funds that came from the state. So what we're doing by taking funds that the requirements are still vague from the state, we potentially can put ourselves in the same situation of a audit finding if we do not comply with these funds. That is a risk that nobody is talking about. The State Oversight Agency, the Criminal Justice Training Commission, has made the news time and time again because of internal control weaknesses. Who's going to carry the burden of cost if there's compliance issues? And it's with the state training agency, it's the taxpayers of Pierce County. The county has stated that they have a need to have more money. Well, the individuals and households have the same thing. We're being hit with inflation just like the county is. And then you potentially are taking on funds that we're going to have to pay even more money than 1/10 of 1% if we don't comply with the requirement of these funds by an agency that has already had issues and has been in the news. Again, that is concerning to me as a former governmental auditor. And is this going to also affect our future funding in local, state, and federal grants if we don't comply with these funds? There's a lot more strings attached to these funds than if we just kept it at a local level. Thank you.
Okay, so they handed me another sheet, so I've got a Marina Shea and Abigail Ross.
Good afternoon. First off, you guys have not supported our sheriffs across the board. We should not even be in this position. We talk about transparency and fiscal responsibility, and I don't see it. I really do not see it. With my own investigation, I can tell you this. There is a lot of money out there that is very questionable, and I'm kind of tired of looking at all these grants going out to strange little businesses to the tune of $22 million. That might do something for that jail. The bottom line is this is a bait and switch. We got a little carrot from Olympia, and then we're going to dismantle these sheriffs. You guys, this is a sanctuary state. Come on. We got a lot of waste going on in this state that no one wants to even talk about, do they? We don't want to talk about that. We got a lot of irresponsible, what I call lawsuits coming from our prosecuting attorney's office that are frivolous. And, we're losing left and we're losing right. And it's because it has been created by the Democrat Party in Olympia. It's spilling out on all of our counties, and we're paying for it. We're paying for it. There's no accountability. I don't care what you say. And Mr. Yamby here, he just let it out that, we got all these people that don't speak English to the tune of 24,000 in Pierce County. Let's extrapolate that out to 39 counties. So that gives me just another little inkling of how many illegals we are paying for. Yeah, you go ahead and roll your eyes. Because that's how we're getting our information, listening and watching what's going on in Olympia and realizing, trying to get the numbers of what we're actually paying for that we should not be paying for. Sanctuary is what is killing this state. That's what's killing this county, and we're paying for it. And then you're just like, these sheriffs. These sheriffs should have been funded a long time ago.
Thank you for
and
your
what you're doing to Swank is wrong.
Abigail.
Hello. I am strongly opposing this. Taxes are already too high. Washington has one of the highest combined state and local sales tax rates in the country. Every extra penny that we get taxed hits families like mine hard. We have children to raise, mouths to feed, and with the money you guys already have been allotted, there's nothing going on with the sheriffs. In the area I live in, we have 2 sheriffs serving a 59-mile radius, and the response time can be up to an hour. If that response time was down and we had more sheriffs who'd been paid, 4 people wouldn't have been, maybe even I could be wrong, maybe it was 5 people that were murdered the other day. This new sales tax under House Bill 2015 isn't the answer. It's just more burden when the county can't control its spending. We have funds now. Stop wasting them, prioritize properly, and quit asking for more money. Leadership means standing before the people before the deal is done, not explaining it after. You may control the vote. You do not control how the community responds, and the community is paying attention. Please vote no on this tax. We can't afford it, and we deserve better.
Thank you for your comments. So again, that was now officially, I am at the end of the people that have signed in. You don't get a second bite at the apple, but if you didn't speak, we'll go ahead and let you queue up, and please state your name if you'd like it on the record, since we definitely don't have it on paper. So somebody go first.
Very well. Just one quick thing that's come up today. I've just been told in the hall that there are 672 empty beds at the Pierce County Jail. There are empty units on the 3rd floor. The 4th floor has never been used other than a 3-month period where females were housed there. It holds cardboard boxes. That's millions of dollars that we spent, and it's not being used. That's how irresponsible this body has been. So, to what's at hand. 3 months ago, 1,000 people asked you to not ratify the budget and to fix this situation with our deputies. The consequence of that is we've had 8 people violently killed just on the Key Peninsula in 3 months. We've additionally had a traffic fatality, and there's been a very publicly talked about suicide. These are the repercussions of what happened. So 3 of you voted with those 1,000 people, and 4 of you voted in such a way that people are dead now that didn't have to be dead. And I hope you'll remember that for the rest of your life. This is insane to be taking away our protection that a sheriff provides on any degree. So not only do I need deputies to protect me from crime, I need a sheriff that is not restricted to protect me from these people and from the executive, because these people are killing us. Seattle has a 67% business occupancy rate because nobody can stand to be there. That's the environment you 3 are creating. Nobody wants to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is Sarah Garriott. I'm from the 7th District, and I oppose this very strongly. I have a 22-year-old, a 19-year-old, and a 14-year-old at home, and I would like them to move out someday. They would too. And the cost of living in our area is going through the roof. They are very aware of this. We don't want these strings attached to our sheriff that come with the grant money at all, not at all. We would rather have our freedom and to be able to have our elected sheriff be able to act the way he should in his doing his duty than to have the state be able to control him in any way through the grant money that comes with this tax. So please vote no. We can't afford it. At the same time that this is happening, as has been mentioned, we have Olympia, the environment, and the timing is terrible. We have just now passed an $80 billion budget for the next 2 years is what they're trying to pass, with billions of dollars and more in taxes. This is unacceptable. I can't run out of money in my household and say, well, I'm just going to be short on revenue. I'm going to have to ask my neighbor across the street to give it some more to me because they have some and I don't. No, that's not how it works. Stop it. It's unacceptable and it's theft. Be responsible with your money, with our revenues. It's sacred money. It's the people's money. And we can't afford it. I don't know how much more to say that. And we want our sheriff to be elected and to do his duty and to abide by federal laws. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, everyone. My name's Jo Fleming. I am a resident of Gig Harbor, Pierce County, and I vehemently oppose this whole tax. And I don't believe, although the money is a thing, obviously $100, thanks to our mathematician who was here earlier, $100 out of $1 million, although it doesn't sound like a huge amount, and if they're making that distinction, maybe it's not just about the money. Maybe it actually is about all the strings attached, and that is the basis on which I'm opposing it. Anyway, I live, work and play in Pierce County. I don't know how much longer we can all afford to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, Council. My name is Debbie Herbert. I'm District Number 4, and it's been pointed out today by an official here from the government that inflation has been a justification for this tax, and that most of our revenue comes from property taxes. But not mentioned is that our property values have approximately doubled in large swaths of the county. So, you know, where is that money going? Why isn't that accounted for in this so-called deficit? And also, City of Tacoma has just passed this tax, so that'll be double the tax for them and double the tax for a majority of the taxpayers in the county. So why is that not accounted for either? Also very disturbing, like other opposition commenters have mentioned, is the ties to Olympia and House Bill 2015. That alone, based on that, I'm 100% opposed to it. The sheriff should stay autonomous and independent, and the citizens should be electing them or, if necessary, unelecting that individual. So please vote no. Listen to the 1,000 commenters. Please read through those comments and listen to them and vote no, because you are accountable to us, the voters. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, Council. My name is Tom. I live in Gig Harbor. I'm not here to yell. I'm here because I'm worried. I'm not sure what is happening in Gig Harbor. It's kind of like the police are being defunded there. We struggle.
Jeff Liskowski.
Sorry about that. In unincorporated Gig Harbor, we have 0.56 deputies per 1,000 people. Most counties average about 1 to 2 officers per 1,000. With that number, that's when communities suffer. Simply put, if someone tries to break into my house or my neighbor's kid falls off a bike, help's like 20 minutes to a half hour away. And that's probably good, because I did call the police one time. It took them an hour to come to my house. Now, we don't need a new building. We don't need fancy gear. We just need a couple officers. couple extra officers in our area. I don't know if the money's tight, but peace of mind is priceless. And I lived in Seattle for 70 years and I had to move out because of liberal politics. And it even seems like the Republicans that sit up here are turning into liberals. I don't know why that is, if they're trying to defund the police, but it sure stinks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Gabriel?
All right, hello, good afternoon. My name is Gabriel Sackwitz. In 2005, in the Marine Corps, I was getting about $13,000 a year. Today, it's about $30,000 a year. Not a lot of money. And in the Marine Corps, we had a philosophy, or we still do, we have that philosophy, which is leaders eat last. And what that means is when everybody's lining up in the chow hall, the leaders are in the last of the line, and they get whatever's left over. So one thing I'm asking of all council members and the executive, how much do you guys get paid? A lot of money. I know the executive gets paid like $200,000+ a year. That is a lot of money. I'm asking all of you guys, take a leadership role, show that you're willing to cut the budget, cut your own paychecks. Man, I would like to get paid $200,000+ a year. I mean, I don't know the exact amount, but I know it's a lot. There's a lot of people in public service that get paid very little. Again, leaders eat last. Take leadership role and show us that you're willing to do something about the budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in chambers? Okay. I'm going to request that we take a 5-minute recess so those of us that are humans that are not sitting in the comfort of our own home can potentially use the bathroom, get a drink of water, that kind of thing. And then we will come back and we will move to our online people who are here to provide public comment. So we are going to recess till 5:27. We are in recess. Good evening. We are back. The time is 5:28, and where we left it off was going to public comment on O 2026-501 online. I'm going to let Mr. Weinsberry say his piece, and then we'll go to our first hand raised.
Appreciate you, Madam Chair. For any members of the public who wish to provide comment on proposed number O 2026-501, press the raise hand icon on Zoom or star 9 on your telephone keypad. Madam Chair, at this time, looks like we have 4 hands at this time. First hand is going to be number ending in 075. Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Roxy Giddings. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, here we are again with our crazy tax system. It's not fair, but we can direct some money into what we need the most, and that's a more fair justice system, which means we need more people and doing that work. And so people can get what they need exactly when they need it. I'm familiar with a couple of times when it would have been nice to have had a few more people around to look into the situation before somebody got completely photographed, fingerprinted, and put into the jail, and then a few hours later it was they were let go, and then just shortly after that the whole thing was withdrawn, or they were being picked up in the first place. So, I mean, there are things like that if we could get on top of it soon enough, we wouldn't spend so much money if we could keep people out. And people's health needs must be taken into account. And so this will help with that, because some of this money goes to keep people from going back into the system when they're in the system, and it keeps people from getting into the system by giving them options, including people that are taking illegal drugs. That's a whole nother bailiwick, but all these systems all work together, and if the people that are running them now and doing the best they can without enough money, if they all get together and say, hey, we're going to do this, this, and this, and we're going to give a certain amount of money to various departments in the justice system, I think we should pay much attention to them. And for people who think that all government is crooked, I've got news for them.
Thank you, Ms. Giddings. We appreciate your comments.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Jeff Pack. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
I guess I don't get audio here. I mean, video. Okay, anyways, I guess I'll just go ahead and go. Jeff Pack, Washington Citizens Against Unfair Taxes, and also a Pierce County resident of District 2. I've been testifying in Olympia for many years now against tax matters, and today Pierce County is getting my attention. Having my attention is rarely a good thing. Ask your fellow Democrats in Olympia. The solution to all problems is not just another tax, levy, or fee. We're already one of the most taxed states in the U.S. and now facing a state income tax as well. I've been a resident of Pierce County for over 30 years. I moved here when Pierce County was all 5-acre homesteads. I can't say the changes I've seen have enriched my life much here. I've been testifying in Olympia for over 10 years on tax matters, so I see a much broader view of taxes than most. With that said, I don't just myopically view this as one small 0.1% tax. I see the bigger picture. I see you all wanting this tax. I see the legislature moving towards giving you the ability to add yet another 0.1% sales tax. And I see you all salivating in Olympia hearings over creating a ferry district, which will levy more money against our already heavily taxed homes. So when I say I'm opposed to this tax, I'm not just opposed to this tax, I'm opposed to all of them. We're already taxed enough. I don't get to run to taxpayers like two-legged ATMs when my disposable income is slowly crushed by your actions. I have to adjust my budget and spending. I expect the same out of you. It's always if we don't get this tax, you won't get that argument. It's a tired and decades-old response repeated over and over again. Retiring in this state and county on a fixed income is almost nearly impossible when you keep raising the tax bar. It's not death by 1,000 taxes, it's death by 10,000 taxes. When is enough? One last thing. What happened to the $100 million that the state budgeted to hire more police? I've heard nothing has happened with that money. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, Madam Chair, we have John Garner. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Hitchens and members of the council. My name is John Gardner, and I'm here today to urge your support for the Justice Fund. The Justice Fund is the only reasonable way to meet the capital needs of our facilities, as well as the requirements that the Washington Supreme Court has imposed on counties to hire more public defenders. It will also allow Pierce County to pay retention bonuses for sheriffs as well as corrections workers. And by law, revenue from the Justice Fund must be spent on criminal justice activities. If the number one concern that you hear from your constituents is public safety and criminal justice, then your vote today is the number one way to answer those constituent concerns. While we all wish there was a different way to fund these essential services, this is the only remedy that the state legislature has provided us. It's a solution to a countywide program, to a countywide problem that you can provide through your vote today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And the last hand I see, Madam Chair, is iPhone 128. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi there. My name's Amy Baumgardner. I live in Gig Harbor, and like a lot of families, I'm really feeling the weight of all these tax increases that have been coming up. There's costs everywhere, from groceries, gas, utilities, and now there's all these new property taxes. Washington is already one of the highest tax states in the country. And for many of us, there's not room to take any more hits. We're being told that this tax is necessary, but I completely disagree. The issue isn't whether the public safety matters. It absolutely does. Our sheriff's department deserves proper funding for deputies and equipment, but attaching that to this House Bill 2015 is absolutely wrong. The bill comes with added layers and expanded authority to raise sales tax without correcting how current funds are being managed. Before asking families to pay more, the county should demonstrate that existing dollars are being prioritized responsibly. If any other setting and organization repeatedly overspent and came back asking for more without reform, there would be accountability. Government should not be exempt from that same standard. Show us disciplined budgeting, please. Reallocate what you already have, put deputies first without expanding bureaucracy or creating permanent new tax burdens. True leadership invites the public into the conversation before the decisions are locked in. The people are watching closely and they care deeply about how their money is handled. And for those reasons, I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And there are no other hands, Madam Chair.
With no other hands, I'm going to close public comment on ordinance 2026-501. Thank you all for sharing your thoughts, ideas, and some questions. We are going to pause and see if any of my colleagues have questions first, and then we'll just open it up for debate. Councilmember Krueger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand I read that this is a permanent tax. It does require a supermajority to pass it, but a supermajority cannot undo it at a later time. Is that correct?
Ms. Long, do you understand the question, and is that something you can help us? That's charter.
I can address the charter part. So yes, the charter does require in this instance a supermajority vote to pass, since it is a new councilmanic tax. The charter doesn't address repealing the tax at all in terms of the vote requirement.
So I understand if there is not a sunset date in a tax, even though the council has passed it, we cannot revoke it, unlike we could, like with the, I believe, the 911 South Sound tax.
The council can repeal ordinances that it passed. I think the question at that point would be the vote requirement under the charter.
So I don't have an answer.
As to the vote requirement for repealing?
To repeal this, the council,
I
because
think
when it
that's
says
still an
permanent.
open question.
So, I mean, is that a condition of passing it from the state bill? Well, 2015 is giving authorization to pass this tax, and we have until the end of, or mid-2028 to do that. And so it cannot go to a vote of the people prior to that date.
That's correct.
But if this were to pass, and next year the council says, oh, no, it's not fulfilling the commitments or the promises made or the things it was sold on, the council cannot set a repeal at a later date, give it a sunset. Maybe Ms. Murray knows.
Maybe Ms. Murray does know. I think it could it could attach a sunset date, but I might go to somebody who has more background on the particular statute.
Ms. Murray, who's been hanging out the entire time.
Just for this moment. So thank you.
Yeah.
My name is Julie Murray, and I'm counsel for Executive Mello. And so, I mean, you could, if you wanted today, to put a sunset on it. And it would require the supermajority because you're imposing the tax.
Yeah.
I mean, I would go, okay.
It would take a supermajority to amend the ordinance to include a
No,
sunset?
I would say it would not take a supermajority to amend the proposal you have before us, but final passage still requires the supermajority.
Correct.
I mean, and I would say since the charter doesn't address a supermajority requirement, that in the future it would be a majority vote, not a supermajority, to repeal. I think there's some issues when we talk about the South Sound 911, is we did have an interlocal agreement with them, and so we were making pledges to them, and I think some of that monies was likewise pledged to bonds, and it makes it much more difficult to do a repeal in that instance. So I think South Sound 911 is a little bit different, that
Okay.
tax.
So again, on this tax, a majority, a 4 vote, could add a sunset to it.
Yes.
And then it would take 5 votes to pass it at the end.
Correct.
What is the general rule of a sunset? Like the behavioral health tax, that was what, 2020? It became effective 2021. And so it's got a 6-year.
Yeah, I believe
Lifespan.
it's 2027, am I correct? This year, that it will come up. So that'll be another issue before council.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Councilmember Morrell.
Councilmember Krueger, did you get an answer on what it would take to revoke this tax?
No.
If implemented? Ms. Murray?
It's just a majority.
I think you answered it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought it takes a majority, I believe, and I think it's something you should ask, the DPAs, but when you look at the charter, the requirement of a supermajority rests with the imposition of the tax. So to repeal it, I believe that would be a simple majority, 4 members.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought you said, but I wanted to make sure I understood that. And there again, you could put a sunset on any tax that we have. But the challenge we would run into is we wouldn't be able to bond that tax if the sunset wasn't out 30 years or something like that.
Right, there's different bonds that you can do, and one can be a revenue-backed bond, and that you are making a pledge when you do that bond that you will use that revenue for that purpose, And so once you do that, you're in constitutional contract law. And they would, just like we have with the state, is that they would say, you've made that pledge of these revenues, and I think it would be next to impossible to repeal. The other issue is with any bond, we have as the county lots of bond capacity, but you have to have the cash to make the payment. You know, it's just the same as like, you know, I have lots of good credit and I could go get a car, but I have to be able to make the payment. And that would be anywhere, depending on the terms of the bond, anywhere from 20 to 40 years. And so you need to have that certainty, and it makes a difference when you go out to the bond market for your interest to know, do you have the revenues to pay that bond?
Councilmember Morrell, do you have additional?
I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Krueger?
Because what sticks in my mind is with the word permanent. When I believe that was in the legislation, permanent.
No, I'm not, nothing's permanent. This is legislative land, you know, and so if that's there,
I guess in terms of, if the state is, controlling it, it's kind of like they get their 6.5% and they can reduce that with their votes and we cannot.
Right, the state and local taxes are considered separate and apart.
Right.
Like the state they can impose within their jurisdiction, which is the state of
Right.
Washington, and you can do it in this instance across the county.
And the transit tax, we cannot affect.
Right,
Because that
because
is their own jurisdiction.
Right, because the legislature and all of these taxes have given the authority to some unit of local government, and it becomes part of, kind of within their control. And like I said, they put different strings attached on it. Sometimes it requires a vote of the people, sometimes it's allowed to be councilmatic. And in this instance, what they've done is they've restricted the uses of that, solely to public safety. But they have not added other requirements.
And is a tax such as this subject to a referendum?
So my understanding is our current charter does not provide for a referendum, and maybe you can address that. I've had this discussion in the past because it's also currently the, as I understand it from talking to the DPAs, is that there is no referendum power to the people for a council-passed ordinance. But later, they could, when the vote of the people is required, they could do, I believe, and maybe Ms. Long can do reference this. Once we get to the point of the vote of the people, then those provisions attach.
Okay, that confuses me because we did a referendum several years ago regarding county building. And there was a referendum run and it negated the building. So what's the difference here?
So I'm sorry,
Okay, so-
I'm using the term referendum differently. You could not today, as we do in the state legislature, put this currently to a referendum vote for a vote of the people. Okay, that's
Correct.
Yeah.
But the people could file a referendum on this ordinance, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear.
Yeah, I wasn't clear either. I mean, there's different ways that we use when you were saying the power of the referendum, I wasn't sure if you were saying you doing it versus the people, so, yeah.
Okay. And so there are the codes and laws that refer to a referendum by the people.
Right.
Okay. So
And that
it's-
is available.
Okay, so it's not like an emergency clause on it, like at the state when they do that negates it from the people doing a referendum.
I don't know if there's any rules related to that devolving down to local government, but there's no emergency clause included in this proposal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I'm not seeing other lights for questions, so I'm just going to open this up for comments from my colleagues related to the vote that we will be taking here in a bit. Going to Councilmember Denson.
Thank you. Since I made the motion, I will jump in first and say that no one wants more taxes. I haven't heard of anybody who is a pro-tax person. Maybe there's somebody out there, but I don't think any of my colleagues are. I certainly am not. And I do hear and understand all of the folks that are dismayed with one more tax, even though it's maybe small, even though it goes for a good cause. I totally understand and hear that. I'm the only one shopping in my house, so I see that whenever I'm buying things for home improvement or other things that are taxable here in the state of Washington. I absolutely hear that. I also have heard, since my time here on council, that we have a structural budget deficit, and this is not new. This is something that I heard about from my predecessor and has been known for many, many years. And unfortunately, the problem is the general fund, where the majority of our funding for public safety comes from. Public safety is our number one responsibility. It's our number one priority. It has to be, and it's very, very expensive. And as everyone who is tracking this surely knows, and I know that you all do, it's not just the deputies on the street, it's not just the jail, it's the prosecutors, it's the public defenders, it's the whole system that keeps us safe, responds to calls, and also keeps people accountable. It's very, very important. We invest a lot in public safety, over 3/4 of our general fund, which is the money that we can control, because the rest is restricted for specific purposes. We spend over 3/4 of the general fund on public safety already, and in my opinion, and I think a lot of folks share this opinion, we need to invest more in this area because we need to do better. We've had lots of instances here recently that show that we need to do better. I hear that from my residents. I hear that from our law enforcement officers. We all live in the communities, so we experience it ourselves, and we know this to be true. The Justice Fund today, one of the reasons that I am supporting it is that it's a restricted fund for public safety, just like we have other restricted funds. This fund is restricted for this purpose. We've heard from our justice leaders their commitment to making sure that those funds are well spent, and those justice leaders include a number of people that probably think vastly different on a lot of issues, but they're committed to public safety in this county. Public safety to me is that important. We have other restricted funds for important services, things that we really need: behavioral health, mental health services, homeless programs, housing programs. Public safety is just as important. This fund, as we've heard from our finance director, and if you've paid attention to the committee of the whole meetings that we've had, with provided us more information, it's important to have this fund to maintain what we have. Seeing that slide up there with the potential of losing officers and losing correctional staff and losing folks in our courts, I mean, that is not acceptable to me, and it shouldn't be acceptable to you either. But I also believe that this is not just about maintaining what we have, it's about improving our services into the future. A lot of folks that I've heard from, and we've heard from people tonight, have expressed concerns and dismay and frustration that this first plan does not include new sheriff deputy positions. The fact is that you've heard tonight, we need the dollars to maintain the deputy positions that we have now, but know that we have close to 40 positions. Sheriff Swank said we have, I think, 37 positions that are funded, that are sitting there, but that are vacant. So a lot of the initiatives that Sheriff Swank mentioned, the hiring incentives, the new SWAT vehicle, the masks for additional protection, I feel are going to help us fill those vacant positions. And when we are better staffed, and I'm not going to say fully staffed because I think we can do better, but when we have staffed the positions that we have funded right now that are sitting vacant, then we can have conversations, because this tax is going to be ongoing. In the next round of funding, we can talk about adding new sheriff deputies, and that is definitely something that I support. We need more investment in public safety all over Pierce County. There are different issues and concerns that are public safety related all over Pierce County. But I do want to speak specifically to District 7, because public safety was one of the #1 concerns of residents. In particular, the inadequate number of deputies, and it doesn't matter what side of the aisle or what your political philosophy is. The fact is that our community in District 7, which is North Tacoma, but I'm speaking primarily to our rural areas in unincorporated Gig Harbor, Fox Island, and the Key Peninsula, our communities have grown exponentially in the last 15, 20 years. But we, on the whole, have maintained minimum staffing during each of the shifts, which is basically 2, if we're lucky, maybe 3 deputies at a time. That is not adequate for the number of people that we have. Now, I'm not saying we're worse off than anywhere else in the county, because I know the other rural detachments struggle as well with long response times and with deputies that don't have the support that we need. As was mentioned with some of the comments, we've had several very high-profile events on the Key Peninsula, which is part of District 7, just within the last few months, including one that just happened last week. And these points have, again, driven, I mean, it doesn't really need to drive home the point that we need more deputies, because we have needed more deputies for a long time. But a lot of the events that tend to be trending right now for us are mental health and domestic related. And in those instances, we really need deputies to be responding not only faster, but responding together. These domestic calls are highly emotional, highly volatile, highly dangerous. And for the safety of our deputies, as well as protecting our communities, we need more deputies to respond together and faster to protect our communities. So the Justice Fund not only maintains what we have, which is absolutely critical, including the positions that are funded but not filled, it helps us fill those positions, which will improve the safety in Pierce County, and then it gets us to the point, once we see the light at the end of the staffing tunnel that we have right now, to add additional deputies. That would be my wish. I think it will also, in addition to the hiring incentives and some of the protective equipment that Sheriff Swank wants to purchase, I think it's also going to say a lot and signal a lot to future deputies, both lateral from other agencies and individuals thinking about getting into the field, that we prioritize public safety, and we have an additional stable, dedicated fund to protect and support our law enforcement officers. Before I conclude, I just want to take a quick moment to thank our public safety personnel throughout the county, as well as the many agencies and first responders that provide mutual aid to us, for their work, their dedication, and their risk that they take to protect us, especially the first responders serving in the rural districts like the Peninsula District that serve District 7. So I'll just wrap up by saying that supporting the Justice Fund today is essential for the stability and the improvement of Pierce County's public safety system. I feel it is in the best interest of residents and the communities, which is my job. These votes are not easy to take, but for me, I 100% believe that this is the right thing to do, and this is why the Justice Fund and the public safety systems it supports has my support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go online to Vice Chair Herrera.
Thank you, Chair. Council members, couldn't be there today. I'm in Washington, D.C., but I've been reading many of the emails that have come in over the last few weeks, in the hundreds, and also listened to some of your testimony today. And in summary of that, what I hear is that the hardworking Pierce County families simply cannot afford another tax. And they're not very happy of the process of this being imposed on them without their voice voting for it or not. The proposal, though, of the 1/10 of 1% tax, or this Justice Fund, is just one more tax that's stacked on many local taxes and taxes coming from Washington State that we already pay. And before I kind of get into everything, I just want to be clear on a couple things. And one is, support for this additional tax doesn't automatically make you pro-law enforcement. Two, this doesn't guarantee more safety or justice, just keeps us at status quo. And three, it just simply means that more of your money is getting taken out of our taxpayers' pockets. So last fall, Pierce County created a justice and public safety funding group. It comprised of the executive's office, the county clerk, the sheriff, prosecuting attorney, and finances offices. You've heard about this. And they got together and, they didn't take any notes or anything like that, so we don't know what the process was or what they talked about. But in the end, they sent the executive and Pierce County a letter, and in summary, they said they unanimously support this tax. But during the committee of the whole, I asked the question, if the group considered any other alternatives to raising taxes, and the answer was no. So some some people can come to the conclusion that there really wasn't no serious study on how to fund public safety better. It was only a conversation on how to divide up the money collected from this tax. Some people can come to that conclusion. Some of the capital projects that are promised to all those entities there that could be funded by this tax should have, and probably they should have been included in the last buy-in budget. Others, like cameras for the jail personnel, I think we tried to put it in the budget, but they were taken out. And maybe, you can construe that maybe that the cameras are just kind of like dangling in the wind as a carrot to gain support for this tax. Throughout human history, the very foundation of forming any government, whether that be tribal societies, modern states, just forming any government is to provide public safety, protecting people's homes, their families, their livelihood from harm out there. It's the fundamental reason government exists. So when I hear claims that 76% of the general fund goes to public safety and that somehow that we're being generous, I say that's false, because that should be the bare minimum required. It's the minimum standard. And it's the whole reason government exists is to protect the people. Some would say that the real problem is that government may not prioritize public safety properly, because we already pay taxes for the general fund, and that's what funds public safety, and that's what it's always been funded by is the general fund. So, as a former police officer. And I'm forming an analogy here for everybody, and it's kind of geared towards not letting our people vote on this. I can tell you that taking money without permission, it's a crime. I think someone said that already. And here we are proposing that we reach into Pierce County citizens' pockets without permission and the vote of the people. So, I believe giving the people a voice. I mean, I always want to err on that. And this tax is imposing without asking the voters first. In 1996, they were talking about a jail then. And there was talk of a 0.1% tax for a new jail. Then we allowed the voters to vote on that one. And they voted for a new jail, 65% of the voters. But here we're not doing that, and we're talking about maybe building another jail, but we're not asking the people permission to take money out of their pocket. We're told that the Pierce County faces a financial cliff, but when hardworking families, and I believe that we are, we are facing a financial cliff, but when hardworking families here in Pierce County face a financial cliff, facing higher gas prices, facing higher tab prices, electricity, heating bills, what do? They adjust. They budget. They make sacrifices, and they don't just ask for more money. But here today, the answer is imposing a new tax. There are some strings attached, and some people have talked about this, that trouble me also to this tax. And one of the requirements to qualify for the state's $100 million police hiring program or incentives is that we must impose this tax or already have a similar tax. While intended to boost, while intending to boost police staffing, local officials across Washington, nobody's gotten a single dollar quite yet, and it's been almost on the books for over a year. So, grants are temporary also, and once they dry up, local governments are left to pay for all this. And this new tax is a way to create that long-term funding, but at what cost to the taxpayers? And again, we're not asking the taxpayers. These tax funds can be used more than just for hiring officers. They could go to housing, mental health, crisis responders, emergency planning, community diversion programs, and those programs are great. But this broad scope of spreading that peanut butter across a lot of things, I think, isn't intentional in helping our law enforcement, which most people want to do is help our law enforcement. But we have a bunch of these little things that may absorb it more. So I urge my colleagues to think carefully before supporting this tax, because supporting this tax doesn't show the people of Pierce County that you support the sheriff's office and the deputies. It doesn't. And voting against it doesn't mean that you don't support public safety either. But supporting it, is the residents don't want this, and I'm hearing it loud and clear, and it doesn't guarantee any better safety or justice with this tax. So people want us to, and they're demanding that we budget better, we have more transparency, and we need to ask our voters if they wanted to have this, and we're not doing that today. So I urge a no vote on this. I am not in support of this, and I've heard the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Are there other comments by my colleagues? Councilmember Morell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to comment. I've tried to put all my notes on paper, so bear with me. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for coming out and letting your voice be heard. I do want to begin by acknowledging the pain and concern many of us feel after the horrific crime we witnessed in the Key Peninsula last week. The tragic event has shaken our community and reminded us just how vital public safety is to each and every one of us. As a council member, I understand the challenges that come with rising cost of living. Every dollar matters, especially when families are already stretched thin. That's why I approach this proposed sales tax increase with both seriousness and empathy. I understand a tax is a tax and no one wants one. I can't control what happens in Olympia, and I don't agree with the direction that the current majority is sending our state in. But I must be honest about the realities that we face. Our sheriff deputies and correction officers are overworked, underpaid, and understaffed. In the aftermath of these recent tragedies, we must ask ourselves, what if we were fully staffed? What if our deputies didn't have to wait for backup? What if the court order were delivered in a timely manner? Could we have prevented further harm? Could we have responded faster and saved lives? These are not hypothetical questions. They are the urgent truth of our situation. I understand this guaranteed funding source can help the Sheriff's Department, can hire and retain deputies and correction officers and ensure backup is on the way. It will provide fair compensation to those who risk their lives for our safety. It will build a new jail and an accredited juvenile detention facility that meets modern standards, ensures humane treatment, rehabilitation, and proven diversion program. It invests in equipment, training, and resources to make a real difference in emergencies. Gives us updated software and technology in our courts so communication is clear, cases can be prosecuted efficiently, helping victims with justice faster, and ensuring our legal processes are fair and effective. Some in this room will like my vote. Some in this room won't like my vote. I know this is a sacrifice, and I am all for transparency, accountability, and a dedication to making sure every dollar is spent wisely and directs benefits to public safety and the justice system. If we wait, costs will only rise, and the risk to our community will continue to grow. In the coming weeks, I will bring forward a resolution that I'm hoping this council will pass. And it is a resolution to put together a Justice Center master plan. Because one of my concerns is that we need a plan moving forward, what we're going to do with our old jail, our new jail, and our juvenile detention facilities. We can't wait, and we can't waste money. In this ordinance 501, there's $21 million in it to renovate the new jail, the 4th floor. It's been brought up before. But is that the right thing to do? Does that allow us in the future to do things differently, and then all the money we spend is wasted? So I will bring this forward, and I'm hoping it passes. I think it will, because it just makes sense. I want to extend a special thanks to the Justice Public Safety Committee for their diligent work through this process. In my time on the council, I have never seen this group get together. I have never seen it before, to sit in a room, talk about their challenges, and come out with a unanimous solution to the things that they are facing. So thank you for that. I do want to acknowledge Prosecutor Rob Nett. We came into this, you came into your position, I came into my position the same time. We campaigned together, and I appreciate the wisdom that you have brought and the professionalism to the prosecutor's office. Sheriff Swank, Executive Mello, their coordinated effort to move this tax proposal forward, I think it's commendable. Before I close, I want to sincerely thank everyone for taking their time, sharing their thoughts, both those who support the proposal and those who express concern. Your voice is invaluable, and I appreciate your honesty, your passion, and your commitment to our community. It is through open dialogue and respectful debate that we can make decisions together. And to my colleagues, the bottom line is you guys protect the fund. You are the front line for protecting these dollars. I'm gone in 10 months. I've been through 4 or 5 budget cycles now, and this last one was my last budget cycle. But it's going to be up to each and every one of you to protect these dollars and make sure they go to public safety. So let's honor the victims, protect our communities by taking action now. We cannot afford to delay when lives are at stake. Thank you for your trust, your understanding, and your commitment to building a safer, stronger community together. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your comments. We're going to go to Councilmember Yambe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to my colleagues for their thoughtful remarks so far. I do not take this proposal lightly. I'm carefully weighing the needs of our broader community alongside the very real impacts on individual households and considering what trade-offs and compromises are necessary. Now, when I deliberate on this, I'm thinking about my district. I've heard from many constituents across District 5 at their doorways, in front of their houses, at their places of business, in neighborhood meetings, that those who strongly support a dedicated investment in public safety and those who are concerned about a sales tax increase. I respect the conviction behind all of those perspectives. I take seriously how this proposal will affect residents if it passes and how they will be impacted if it does not. Every comment, whether it be pro or against or neutral, has been heard and thoughtfully considered. I can't tell you that enough, that whether you agree with my vote or decision, I have weighed them and I'm thinking about all of the different perspectives, not only the ones that are being mentioned, but the ones that aren't. As policymakers, however, our responsibility is to serve the entire community and make decisions based on what we believe best supports the greatest number of people, now and in the long term. We can't look at our criminal justice system in isolation, criminal legal system in isolation. Each part is interconnected and dependent on the others to function effectively. Law enforcement cannot safely arrest and remand individuals into custody without properly staffed and suitable jail. We cannot maintain people in custody if the court system lacks the capacity and personnel to manage the workload of the second largest county in Washington state, a county that saw approximately 95,000 cases filed across superior and district courts in 2024. We are statutorily mandated to prosecute, adjudicate, and sentence the cases within our jurisdiction that requires judicial officers, trained prosecutors, and defense counsel. When one part of the system falls behind, all of it feels the strain. Ensuring stability across all components is essential to delivering the level of public safety our residents expect and deserve. I recognize that the sales tax is, in its nature, regressive, and it has a disproportionate impact on some of our lowest income residents. At the same time, counties can only operate within the power and revenue tools authorized to us by the state. Beyond property tax, the primary options available to the county council are retail sales tax, use tax, public utility, and excise taxes, which are all, in their nature, regressive. The other tools that we wanted are not available in Washington state or talked about. And with the legal restraints, this proposal represents a lawful and dedicated approach to meeting our public safety obligations. Now, equally important is the accountability piece. Funding would include a public dashboard and advisory board to track in spending and outcomes. Residents across Pierce County will be able to see how clearly the funds are used and how they're strengthening safety, fairness, and effectiveness within our justice system. As somebody who just came to the county last year, before sometimes I would sit there and admittedly sometimes shake my head at the county, sometimes in some of the decisions or some of the choices that have been made in the past, only to come here and recognize that they were making very tough decisions that some people might have felt were the best of their time. And so I do have an empathy for those who come before me. So you won't see me throwing rocks and name-calling if I don't agree with them, but I understand that these are difficult decisions. I understand also the frustration about why investments in budget are in housing, behavioral health, and other services that are not redirected to law enforcement. But the reality is that dedicated funding streams do exist for specific lawful purposes. Just as we rely on stable investments in education, housing, and behavioral health, a dedicated justice fund would ensure that public safety resources are not competing with other essential services year after year. And that stability benefits the entire community and supports residents, families, and businesses. It's also important to clarify that certain funds, such as housing and related services dollars, legally cannot be used for law enforcement operations. Just as those dollars are restricted, those proposed funds would be dedicated to specifically justice purposes. The Sheriff's Office does have access to other targeted funding where appropriate, including $5 million in behavioral health tax dollars supporting co-responder and alternative response teams, but each revenue source has defined and lawful uses. Nearly 1 million residents rely on a criminal justice system that is functional, more fair, and effective. We have a responsibility to maintain that system, particularly as the costs rise, and we face ongoing uncertainty in state and federal funding. This proposal will not solve every challenge overnight, and there will continue to be important work ahead. But it's a thoughtful and responsible step towards strengthening public safety in a comprehensive way, responding directly to the many voices in our community, asking for a system that works, that keeps people safe, and delivers justice fairly. Every comment shared throughout this process has been heard and weighed. While consensus is not always possible, our obligation is to act in the best interests of the whole community. And I will note that even if I disagree with characterizations made by my colleagues about intent or motive, I don't do that because it's not helpful to each other, it's not helpful to our politics, it's not helpful to our governing, and I don't ascribe motives to behind votes. I will not engage in it. I believe that this is an important step for the county, and I urge support. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Councilmember Krueger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Councilmember Herrera, for your words. They were very strong in protecting the oath you took and the word you gave to your constituents. I have a few things that, just to comment before I get into what I have written, in that, I see where a declining economy has reduced revenue and that we need a stable funding source. If the economy is declining, the revenue isn't stable. And we have a growing population, and with that growing population comes spending, comes homes. And so the receipts should be going up, but when social programs are taking all of the dollars, then what? And it had been mentioned about this is not a partisan vote. It's not. It really isn't. It's about right and wrong. It's about doing our job, protecting our constituents, because they are our boss. And one of the gals was mentioning about working and how much work to pay for things. I remember washing dishes for the school when my kids were at school for $10 an hour. And I would look at a pair of shoes or whatever and go, how many hours do I have to work to earn those shoes? And I hear how these funds are restricted, so they can only go for these things. That restriction is so huge, virtually anything could be redefined and turned into a use for these dollars. And I don't have the faith to think that this is really going to be for the sheriff. So to get into the meat of what I have to say, that, I've been around for 30 years in this industry. And I first became an active participant in government because I was hearing very unsavory stories about what was going on down at the legislature. And then I got engaged in dealing with getting permitting for, we were trying to build a house. So I was motivated. And this government spends a lot of money, and in like every policy, it's all about outreach. I don't know how much it adds up to be in having groups go out and outreach to getting public engagement. That's our job. And even with all of the engagement that goes on, look at who's here. Look who's online. This is a financial policy. And people have an expectation that their elected leaders are the ones who are supposed to handle these things. And we answer to them. And several years ago, I had the pleasure of serving at the legislature at a time when the budgets were in the $30-ish billion range. 2025-27, it's $78.5 billion, up from the $72.4 in the prior biennium. Largest tax increase in history. I believe it is our responsibility to take into consideration all of the other expenses that are being mandated on us so that we can afford to pay our taxes, live the life that was supposed to be what America was about when the settlers came over and things were created. That's not enough money for them now because now they're looking at another $1.5 billion. And if you pay any attention to the legislation that is being passed, I suggest you do, and I will mention a few things in here that our people who are being expected to pay for this tax, thinking it's going to go to certain things, are going to have to pay. And so it's my hope in this testimony that you will be a little bit more informed and seek to understand the things that are beyond that which is seen and look for things that are not seen. Because then maybe that will have an effect on your thoughts of what this tax is really all about. When has giving more money ever fixed the problem? I was the legislature, October 2005, got to have more money for education, more money for education. And what does that take up on the budget? We rank, I don't remember the stats, never fixed a thing, but by golly, now they're getting, it's not enough. The last time I looked, it was the consumers and the taxpayers in Pierce County that are the financial providers to this state, to this county, and to the federal government. They rightly have an expectation that the dollars will be used wisely, in particular for their personal safety and their protection, which is why government was created in the first place, protecting the individual, not groups. And there appears to be this disconnect between the state and the county and their taxpayers, because I'm not seeing any consideration for the acknowledgement of the financial burdens that are being put on our constituents. Think about that. I'm seeing the funding of policies that transfer wealth out of the middle class to groups and organizations and associations, maybe back to the state, that provide programs to address behaviors and attitudes, which are an extension of the goals of the county government. Pierce County is not a 501c3. The state directs billions of dollars in funding to programs, which can be seen on the website if you look at the State Department of Commerce. And I go, you're funding what? We need to incentivize our deputies. We need to incentivize those to be at corrections. No, we need, I'll say that later. So in addition to that spending, the legislature authorizes counties to increase their taxes to cover the expenses that they mandate, yet they refuse to reduce the costs, as demonstrated in the millionaire tax. I believe in that. They've taken out, millionaires now know that's coming down to us. The energy codes. The codes that add $1 million to the cost of a needed HVAC system in a school. And I believe Puget Power is asking for a 14% utility increase, something like that. And I know that the state has unfunded mandates that they give to the utility companies, which they have to go back to their ratepayers and collect from the same people we're collecting our taxes from. And I want to unpack this ordinance with some other legislation that the state has passed and will pass that influence the gamut of what this House Bill 2015 and this additional tax does. So just a penny, which now costs more to make than what it's worth. So they're just going to eliminate it. But I don't think this ordinance, this tax, is really about the penny. It's about creating a system of controls and authority. It's about transferring wealth and expanding government programs under the guise of public safety. I don't believe for a minute that the events in Gig Harbor would have changed. We have had money for deputies, but I'm like, when I'm looking at these rules, I don't want to be one. You don't get to be a cop. You have to be a psychologist. You have to be an EMT. You have to be all of these other things with it. So let's just consider a home at $500,000 at 1/10. That's $500. In Tacoma, it's $1,000. Amortized out in a 30-year loan at just 6%, it's over $500 to pay for that. The new building that we're going to be moving into, the article said we paid $27,271,000. That's $27,271. Double that in Tacoma. $1 billion project, think stormwaters, roads, floods, at just a 1/10. That's $1 million. Double that in Tacoma. The state gives $5 million to a group for a daycare center for its members. The county gives them $300,000, and the city of Tacoma gave them $10,000. I see that as public money going to a private use. That would have been a lot of deputies. Millions of dollars for fish culverts and all the trimmings, but no fish. And I note on the Public Works website, they are revamping all the codes because, growth pays for growth, and so those costs are going up. They have a monopoly. And I never did hear anything more about building permits because that's where a lot of the revenue is generated here, is through the building. But I hear a lot of programs for subsidized building and a lot of programs for subsidizing people. So there's really no dispute that we need more dollars, especially for our defenders. But in the same case, if not a bigger case, that case can be made for the taxpayer. They have to go out and get another job to cover some of these expenses because they don't get to say, you know what, that spending for that program really isn't necessary. This county, I hear quite often, is 1/3 income burdened, and it's busy creating programs for equal outcomes, not equal opportunities. The middle 1/3 is trying to keep up. Anybody check on what the credit card debt is in this state, in this country? How many autos are about to get repossessed? How many homes are tipping on foreclosure? I don't know. Where's the relief for the stressed out families? Go to blue zones, get the right diet and find your happy place? Where is the accountability for this spending at the state level and at the county level? And I mean, now is a good time to review Hayek's book, which is Road to Serfdom. And there's many points that need to be considered before handing over another dedicated funding source, like land transfers. There are dedicated accounts that are put in for land to transfer it to other ownership. Why are we doing that? Why aren't private entities handling that? The Maureen Howard Fund is a special dedicated purpose fund. It can only be used for certain things. But the legislature is changing that. Now they're going to expand the use. How about that? Oh, I need to go back up. I missed a part about the land transfers and dedicated accounts. Because if I had to do the Dave Ramsey system, where I have to put, this is my vacation, this is my house, this is my auto payment, and I have an emergency, I have to pick which fund, which envelope to rob. Don't get to do that when you have dedicated funds. The government doesn't have that flexibility. So it's the answer that they have is, well, just raise taxes or just expand the use of the tax, like what they're doing with Maureen Howard. And they have a bill down there for trying to tap into the flood control money. I was here when it was passed, just 10 cents. And it's been a really good job handling that. But now they're looking at as an opportunity for other purposes to deal with flooding. And in that bill, when I looked it up, it had other opportunities to raise taxes, which leads me to, they are also sweeping the Public Works Reserve. And I was in a committee meeting, and one of the persons that worked at one of the counties was really concerned because they needed that money to help with their funding in their city for their infrastructure, which is crumbling. The state is transferring the LEF 1 fund, retirement fund, because it's overfunded, $4 billion. That's been collecting money for a long time, sitting there getting interest. And the commitment to that dollar can be fulfilled with that. And so they're just going to transfer it over to the general fund. Why do they need all this money in the general fund at the state? Why don't they take care of the people here? And attempts were made to get those dollars to go to other pension plans that the state has to make sure that they are secured, but no, they wouldn't do that. The majority said no. This is a pattern that we see the government doing. And it's a lot of patterns. Now back to that flood control zone. So purchasing at-risk properties and building infrastructure to control it is one of the things it can do. And it does infrastructure with just that 10 cents per thousand. And they're looking at authorizing the ability to charge another 1/10 of 1%. Imagine that. We need that, don't we? Our constituents have that money tree. It also the state had a bill that was authorizing some kind of a B&O tax. And also there was a bill down there authorizing counties to charge utility taxes. Anybody go over any of that before, contemplating this tax? And I understand that transit wants to increase their percentage, and somehow I'm thinking they don't have to have authorization to do that. That I'm thinking it was when they passed that, they had the authority without a vote of the people. Is that true? I don't know. I think it is. Maybe not. It's something to look into, something to think about before passing this. Energy codes are obscene. They had the school, needed the HVAC system, $1 million more. There's no ROI on that. They don't. Washington, the USA could shut down tomorrow, probably for a year. Won't change anything. Department of Ecology is spending your hard-earned dollars on legal fees and staff time, all to go after a family in Grant County, charged with environmental violations. They have stock watering ponds that have been there for over 100 years, legal in this state. And there's more to that story because they've been fighting this. They had leased the land. There's like 13,000 acres that was leased. In addition, there was some of their own property on top of that. State comes in and says, we're canceling your leases. It's in dispute, so the leases are still there. However, it's just not showing up on state documentation. And DNR is, they're through a trust land transfer, they're giving it to a dependent sovereign nation. The dependent sovereign nation that made the complaint in the first place. 14,000 acres. And this county wants to encumber 1,000 acres, 100,000 acres. How will we generate revenue? Land all tied up. In that land over in Grant County, it's going to be a legal battle. Taxpayers have to pay those who are suing them, and those who are suing get taxpayer paid expense there at DNR. And so it's like no wonder that the state kicks the can and the burdens down to the county because they'll just give the county authority to raise more taxes. And it would create all this fear, oh my gosh, if we don't do this. They just tell the county, you just make more bricks, but no straw. Where is the outrage? The ordinance emphasized this as a public safety tax or criminal justice tax, which is why I asked about what picture comes to your mind when you think criminal justice. And I see police out getting the bad guys. I see the police going down the street and arresting molesters, thieves. So how do we trust that the rules aren't going to change after this gets passed? The devil is always in the details. Think about the parents' right. Oh yeah, we'll pass that next session. Now we'll just change that back. The tax is really a catch-all. This tax tonight, it's a catch-all for backfilling years of prolific government spending more than what taxpayers earn. Finding more services beyond that which are necessary for community purposes, transferring wealth from individuals to groups, and growing government programs, and thereby squeezing out the middle class. There are three pieces of code and legislation that are key players in the implementation of this tax, which led me to say that it's really not about the tax. It's about advancing control over you and me. Spent a lot of time on this because this is a big deal. 2015 passed last session 2 funding pieces for the Justice, Unity, and Safety tax. I think it was Unity. This $100 million grant statewide is one piece. Paying for hiring, retaining, and training new officers and co-responders. Law enforcement agencies can use it for emergency management planning, environmental hazard mitigations, community outreach, and mental health crisis response. Which, by the way, not $1 has been used of this fund by anyone. The top funding, according to the codes, goes to START, co-response, or community immersion law enforcement programs. Ever heard of that? I didn't either. But it's in the code. Page 4 of the Stryker, line 27, or community immersion law enforcement programs. Let's see. Community immersion programs do not replace traditional public safety functions. Instead, they are intended to influence how law enforcement carries out its public safety responsibilities. The key distinction is that public safety to the older generation is it focuses on outcomes, protection, response, and crime reduction. Community immersion focuses on method, engagement, trust building, and proactive relationship development. Officers spend sustained, intentional time engaging with specific community groups outside of traditional enforcement activities. The focus is relationship building, cultural awareness, rather than emergency response or arrest activity. That's the priority of the grant. The sales tax, Part 2 of House Bill 2015, is the very broad public safety criminal justice needs. You can discern a flavor of the priorities by the 22 that were in the packet. And I pay attention to positive youth development programs. There are a lot of, one-time funding and ongoing. The sheriff ones are mostly, there's a few ongoing, but there's the one-time. But the ongoing, like the body cameras, that is needed. I'm looking at a request from the health department for $450,000 for the year for travel card expenditures, for community incentives, as part of it, training costs. That's a lot of money for their tools. The tax must be spent on criminal justice purposes. I'm looking at letter E on the Criminal Justice Training Commission website. I picked up their paperwork. Local government programs that have a define reasonable, relationship to reducing the number of people interacting with the criminal justice system, including but not limited to reducing homelessness, so that is entered into the picture, or improving behavioral health. I'm pretty sure I read where Universal Basic Income, Tacoma had a GRIP program, that they were relating that to how much it helped people's health and preventing poverty and crime. So it seems to me that could be included in it. If not a tweak of the words, it could. And youth groups, there is in the process, we started a Birth to 25 commission several years ago. And that morphed into getting, it was called, it was a Pritzker plan. And a lot of money, the state got into that, and they ended up getting a portion of the tax from the transit to go for youth stuff. And that has turned into an after-school program. And then now we're looking at a youth commission, and then we have a young adult committee, and getting youth involved a lot. And at some point here's the Tacoma, Mayor's Youth Commission of Tacoma. This was from...
Chair, can I call for a point of order?
Yes, state your point.
The point is germane to the ordinance that we're trying to discuss. Would love to understand this point.
Kara, I can address that. Yes, there's a lot in this bill, and it is intertwined with, there's House Bill 2015, there is the Keep Washington Working Act, and there is the House Bill 5974, or Senate Bill 5974. And 2015 is the premise of this tax, and I am explaining all of the different uses that can be used with this tax that have not been made public to the public. That is the germane point of this. And yes, it is taking a while to explain it, but that's the nuance of what is going on here, that people don't know what is in this. And so we're passing it, and then we're going to find out what's in it. I'm trying to let the public know more things that are in this that they weren't aware of, that maybe they will have a different thought in how they are looking at this tax and what it will do and what it will not do and what it is said it will do or promised to do.
Thank you. Ms. Long, you're looking at me, and I don't know, was I supposed to do something different other than what I did?
No, you
Okay.
did that fine. I was just going to assist if you weren't sure to go where after.
Okay,
that.
perfect. So the point is taken. I do hear, I've been following, maybe because I can make eye contact. I'm seeing the connections. I would implore Councilmember Krueger if you could tighten it up, because it is almost 7 p.m. and I understand
that,
it,
Chair,
so.
and I appreciate the indulgence. I try not to talk a lot unless there is something that needs to be said. And these are things that I think are very important that I would hope that the public would be interested, because there is a lot in here that I can try to speed it up a little bit,
That's what we're asking for at this point.
I'm happy to try to do that, but sometimes there's points that's like, okay. So anyway, getting to this particular program, and the things that this group did was climate agenda. The youth, they wanted to be engaged as equals. They wanted their specific recommendations enforced. And so that's kind of what comes out of when you have these youth programs. Also, I found this Peace Point Community-Driven Youth Plan for Safety 2023. And these are things that I imagine will be used for the purposes of this tax when it talks about having youth engagement. And if these are the things that are helping to reduce violence and criminalism, that would be included in this. The Peace Point Plan emphasizes institutional accountability for equity and collaboration and restorative accountability for youth. 2015 has 3 measurable governance trends: increased state preemption of local authority, expanded administrative compliance frameworks, and reduced policy discretion for elected law enforcement officials. The criminal tax, these are criminal tax purposes, which I have mentioned. Also tied up in this is the Keep Washington Working Act, which was passed in 2019 to protect immigrant rights. 2015 requires strict adherence to this act. So the Keep Washington Working Act is the driving policy framework for House Bill 2015, the moral compass and accountability mechanism. And I believe that any receipts of this grant or tax must also be aligned with the Keep Washington Working Act. Would that be correct? So if I am getting a grant, receiving it from the 2015, I have to abide by this. And if I am getting tax dollars from the tax assessed on the House Bill 2015, I also have to abide by the Keep Washington Working.
Councilmember Carrera, are you asking a question?
Well, maybe it's more rhetorical and I'll
Okay.
get to it later. But I believe that is the case. So if I apply for dollars from it, I have to abide by the same kind of qualifications. So the Keep Washington Working Act is really a fiscal gatekeeper for access to state public safety money. So then in addition to the Keep Washington Working Act and House Bill 2015, it's 5974, which sits in rules for a second reading, but it is expected to pass. And this is the bill that modernizes and strengthens laws concerning sheriffs and law enforcement leaders by imposing uniform eligibility standards. And it also eliminates or repeals the ability to enact a posse. I met a sheriff who does a posse out in Clifton County. He's not happy. It has the background checks, which include a check against belonging to an extreme organization affiliation. I believe Moms for Liberty was listed on one of those, and I believe the CSPOA was as well. And a vacancy can be created by a flawed background check. No one's perfect. What if one comes back? So this bill prioritizes statewide uniformity, professional accountability, and centralized oversight over local discretion. I don't know if people realize some of this stuff. And so I contend that the immersion of these 3 pieces of legislation, which we are on a path in this state to transform our policing system, akin to the Growth Management Hearings Board, the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency, the Puget Sound Regional Council. They are all with authority and have authority. This would be this to the Criminal Justice Training Center. So the Keep Washington Working Act supplies the ideological and compliance framework. 2015 provides the funding mechanism and embeds the Keep Washington Working Act as a fiscal condition. And 5974 restructures law enforcement leadership to ensure adherence to that framework. These 3 measures, braided together, create the finance condition compliance system in which state-defined equity and immigration policy standards shape how local public safety is structured, funded, and administered. So what's the answer? Counties need to sit down with the state, backed by their constituents, and have some bold discussions about where the spending is. We as a county need to identify the needs from the wants. We need to evaluate budget reprioritization, have efficiency reforms, use of reserves, grants, and federal funding, program reductions, compare spending that is controlled by the elected body and that which is controlled by administrative people. We need to address the black holes that we have on a scale of 1 to 10. Greenhouse gas reductions, how much have we spent on that and how much has been reduced? I would say 0. Sea level rise. We're spending a lot of money on that. I think that can wait. And the electric build out. Electric prices are going up, at least on this side of the country. Reject adding taxes that equate to paying a credit card with a credit card. Look at balancing that which is collected now and shift the needs from those wants to those of where it's needed. This is a time to get to the table of reason for common sense. It's a time when we must take the stand to live within our means, because adding this penny will not solve the spending problem, nor will it be the hero to our law enforcement constituents who have voiced against the tax. I believe it was said $30. Here's my $30. We live in a state that's hostile to funding the police. Remember CHOP? And very friendly to intervention programs. Passing a new tax is the easy action based on patterns. It won't be enough, and then the definitions of what the dedicated taxes can be spent on will change. Passing this tax merely covers irresponsible spending habits, a temporary illusion. If only we had more money, then we'll be okay. If only I'm nicer. That's what was said about the lottery for education. Just pass this, we'll have money for that. Electric vehicles are going to be less expensive. There's no road charge. Now, that's coming. The income tax on the rich, that's been changed. At what point do tax collections become immoral? What if we had funded these priorities in the good times rather than waiting for this emergency? Because the real courage is representing the taxpayers who elected us and charged us with paying these taxes and living in the system being designed to monitor and control us. Do not be misled by the claims that it will make law enforcement whole and the public safer. The king knew that when he took their money, he was also taking their power and their voice. Let's not be kings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Krueger. Councilmember Ayala, your hand is down. Your hand was up, but I know we've been going for a while, so I just wanted to check.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep my remarks brief. I want to first and foremost thank, I believe it was both Councilmember Denson and Morell who spoke a bit about the costs that we face, but also the reality of this is not a permanent fix to anything. This is a catalyst to getting our system together. And I believe it was Councilmember Morell who talked about in his tenure, so he is our most senior council member here, in his tenure, not seeing these group of people, this justice group of people come together. To me, that's surprising, honestly, but I'm glad it's happened. I would love to see these group of people meet together in perpetuity so as to shift and pivot the safety system that we are all concerned with. I will say that taxes are never and will never be anyone's first desires or options. I'll speak personally. I would rather my tax dollars go to something like public service or something like human service to really take care of the individuals of this county than to engage in issues that will bring up further costs down the line. Which the point I would really like to make is that the cost to the county and the cost to the people will rise the longer we wait. Councilmember Jensen talked about, we've known about the structural cliff for many, many, many years. We have pinched pennies for many years. It has created a system that puts us in this position here now. And some of us were not here when these decisions were made. We are here now. We have an issue now, and we have a choice and a decision to make to engage in some cost-saving dollars in the future. And for that reason, Chair, I will be in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I will just conclude first with gratitude to those of you that are still with us. Thank you for spending your evening with us. Thank you to the staff, the executives team, Sheriff's Department, Madam Prosecutor, Julie DeMuth. Thank you for your tireless work on educating us and working to communicate with our constituency about this. I don't think anyone's going to be surprised that I may be speaking in support of this. To Councilmember Kruger's point that adding one penny is not going to solve the problem, she's not wrong. We have a broken taxing system in this state. However, as a county, we have to have a public safety system. A couple years ago, I did an experiment. Former teacher went out into my community in Parkland, and I put up posters on the wall, and I said, I just gave you our budget. What percentage would you invest here in Parkland, so it's Parkland, not incorporated Pierce County, where would you invest? And I went into that meeting thinking 50% was going to go to the Sheriff's Department, 50, 60, 70%, because so many people were angry in Parkland about what was happening. And I walked out of that meeting with posters that said 25% should definitely go to sheriffs. But then nothing went to corrections. So if we arrest somebody, where do they go? There was no investments in public defense, which is required by law. We did invest in the prosecutor's office. So, Madam Prosecutor, you were loved and supported there. But there was also investments in trails and parks and senior centers, which we have none, in a lot of other programs, because that's what community need to thrive. This is a Band-Aid that we are hoping will pass tonight, so that we can continue to figure out how do we solve this problem. If we do not fix the jail, this is not a good problem to have. I don't know where we would house people that would be potentially arrested, but if we can't put them in our jail, then what? When we get to a point where we need to rebuild Raymond Hall, which we will have to do, we are required to have a detention facility for youth in our county. We have to do that. This funding source is the first glimpse in actually trying to get on top of some of these things. The deferred maintenance in technology and infrastructure around public safety is what we are trying to address, so that we can maintain what we have, fill the positions in our corrections and deputies that are on the streets. We have to have these systems in place, and we are buying some time, and we are doing those investments in those long-term projects that we all depend on. When someone breaks the law, they need to go through the justice system. If I don't have courtrooms, prosecutors, public defenders, and a jail, doesn't matter how many deputies are out on the street. I have to have the entire system. So I will be voting in favor of this. I'm urging adoption of this because the outcome of not is that we will be back to figure out either amending budgets, our hiring incentives will go away. There are no bonuses for our corrections side where we are trying to get them to stay as opposed to leave. And we will not have the funding sources available to start to think about how we take care of our public facilities long-term that we absolutely need. So I'm going to ask the clerk to please call the roll on the adoption of O-2026-501.
Councilmember Ayala.
Aye.
Councilmember Yambe.
Aye.
Councilmember Denson.
Aye.
Councilmember Morrell.
Aye.
Councilmember Herrera.
No.
Councilmember Kruger.
Nay.
Councilmember Hitchin.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes, 2 nays.
With 5 ayes and 2 nays, the motion is adopted. Thank you very much. We are now at section 10, which is community forum. Community forum is for members of the public to address the council on a topic of significance or affecting Pierce County government that did not appear on the agenda for final action today. There is a 3-minute limit. Please state your name if you'd like it on the record. Again, that's only things that were not on the agenda today. So, and there is a 3. This one's 3. And we will start in chambers. Yep, we're going to fix the timer because we were stuck at 2 minutes. And again, it cannot be about what the public safety tax, the Justice Fund. I'm talking to fill your time. Okay, if you'd like your name on the record.
I will be filing a referendum to recall this within the time frame. Thank you.
Anyone else in chambers? Again, can't speak. I know she just did it for 3 seconds, not on this.
I just want to say, Amy, thank you. Thank you. You rocked it. Thank you.
I also want to thank Councilmember Cruver and Herrera for being for the people and being true to your oath of office, and anyone else who sold out for a violation of federal law for these 3 that are happening.
Ma'am, I'm
should
going to ask, you're not,
reconsider.
you're referring to me.
I am not. I didn't refer to anybody by name other than the people I am thanking for their oath of office. And if others would like to adhere to theirs, thank you very much as well.
Thank you, Herrera.
I'd like to thank the whole council for their consideration and all the people that worked with them to pass this.
Ma'am.
I want to thank you for protecting our public safety.
I appreciate the thanks, but you're thanking me for something that was on the agenda for final consideration, so it's a really hard line to walk, everybody. I'm trying to figure out where it is. I'm not seeing anyone else in chambers come to the podium, so we will go online again, not on the topic that was on the agenda.
Yes, Madam Chair. For the members of the public who wish to provide comment, press the raise hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. And Madam Chair, I see no other hands.
No hands raised. We're going to close public comment and bring it back before the council. Is there any other business before the council? Okay, I will just remind everybody that this was the last council meeting in these chambers. So if you are looking for the Pierce County Council, please come visit us at 1501 Market Street starting next week. We will have our first meeting in Rules and Operations at 10 a.m. at 1501 Market Street. There's going to be a website that shows you where to park and all the things that we have available for public engagement. Going live, we didn't want to confuse anyone, so we waited. It will be live later this week. Again, I'm going to say the address one more time, 1501 Market Street. We are moving out of the courthouse and look forward to engaging with community that wants to be part of our process starting next week. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.